All right, folks, welcome back. It is day 199. We skipped our session yesterday because things kind of got very extended. Now we're doing like an experimental schedule once again. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第199天。I'm really bad with nines. Hey, anyways, yeah. So one day from 200, right? You gotta love those round numbers. Let's see. So we're picking up what we did 2 days ago, and I think the two constructs we're gonna do now is the internet one, right? The internet one and the internet one and festivals. The internet one is the last one of the tricky ones, very esoteric. A nice thing about today, one of the silver linings is every time I go on a road trip with my parents, I had to accompany my parents to the airport. I had to drop my mother off for a long, like abroad trip. So on that one, it turned out it wasn't a 4-hour drive round trip, like 2 hours there, 2 hours back. It was more like a 6-hour round trip. So it was kind of tough, but it offered a lot of opportunities to kind of ask my parents situationally words, right? Where it's like, and to this day, I'm still not sure what right is. So we have yo and 左, right? 左 being left, yo being right. And I heard yeah, 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 and 左, yeah, and 左, or something close to that. And I'm like, they don't use right and left too much. I relied on my good old my side or your side. So when you're driving, right, oftentimes people get mixed up with left and right, and that still happens, right? When you say right and left, sometimes when someone says right, they would turn right, and it's like, no, your other right, or your left, and then someone turns right, it's like, no, your other left, right? This is one of the more common things. However, it's a lot easier to remember Migi and Hidari and Yo and 左 as opposed to right and left, interestingly enough. What I typically do to circumvent that is whenever my father says, okay, so where do we go next? Because I'm the guy who's like listening to GPS, largely because the GPS device is in English. And I would always say, oh, next turn is my side because I'm on the passenger side. So oftentimes, instead of saying right or left, I say passenger side, driver side, passenger side, driver side. So your side, as in I'm speaking to my father who's driving, and my side, who I'm the passenger. So, okay, the next turn is my side or my direction. And then you got to do what you got to do, right, left, right. The cam is inverted, so when I'm raising my right hand, it's actually it's going to look like it's on my left side. Just directional things. All right. Anyways, that was a little story. I thought that was kind of still remind me. But yo and Joel is pretty solid, and Migi and Hidari, right? Which would be the mirror. It would be the mirror, or on cam. See, this is my right hand, and this is my. So, even though it appears in the other direction. Good old optics. All right. So let's start with unit 7, right? The internet. Unit 7. And then we get to find out if leaving a gap in the day will change these so what happened last time was these personalized practices stayed the same, or they stayed within a cluster. There wasn't a new cluster added to it. Ohio? Oh, Ohio? Oh. Wait, is that how you spell Ohio? Or are you making a joke? wait, is that how you spell Ohio? I wouldn't know. I don't think so. I haven't had no coffee. Do you know what joke I'm talking about? Hello, Blair. Hello there. Do you know what joke I'm talking about? Oh no, the kids are raving about it these days. Hold up. Oh yeah. Oh, Ohio. Right, Ohio. When you say Ohio, you know how the kids are saying Ohio Phantom Tax, right? Or oh no, it's an F, isn't it? Originally, I thought this was a weeb joke. For like Ohio. So Ohio, right? Ohio. But if you say it like really messed up, really messed up like Keikona, it would come out with Ohio. And then Ohio, I thought they were saying Ohio for that, but it has nothing to do with it. It's just me. Like I'm a boomer, so it took me a while until people explained to me what the heck the Ohio and Ohio Phantom Tax Riz is. That's what I thought. I thought the Ohio Skibbity Riz, like the Ohio thing, was coming from like the new age Gen Alpha because, you know, Japanese is very popular right now. So I was like, oh, maybe it refers to Ohio, right? No, nope. I'm so glad my kids don't say so, but we do. Wait, hear me out here. If I like, you know, not foreshadowing anything, but if I have a kid of my own in the future, I imagine how that kid will feel when they suddenly like come by the door and suddenly hearing their parent saying Ohio Skibbity Riz. I can't take the stuff back anymore. You do know that, right? Oh brother. Oh brother. There was a really cute clip. I don't know if I posted this on the Discord player of a father figure who went through a drive-in full stop. They full stop had a full conversation ordering through the drive-through with every single Gen Alpha like saying, and it sounded like I understood what he was saying. Like I legit felt like I understood what he was saying. And then his kids, you know, the cam was in his kid, like the kids in the back were just they wanted to drown in embarrassment. And I was like, dude, that guy hit it off. Like he really committed. Back in my day, we said Ohio Gozai MAKU. Oh my gosh. Ohio Gozai MAKU. Oh no. We must uphold the standards, you know, at least whatever standards there are of English speaking Japanese language learners. As that fast food worker, I would deceased. Yeah. That's, you know, That's how I felt. Like it was really good. I actually think I understood what the phrases meant. I could butcher saying in 3 languages. Oh no, yeah, true. True. We'll have to get like Tio and others to explain some like fun memes in Tio's got some memes for us when I start leaning into Spanish, so at least I can botch that, I suppose. Anyways, uh that that's so funny. Anyways, thanks for the humor. I hope you get your coffee though. Are you getting ready for work? Yeah, we just finished our Wanikani today. It was pleasant. I screwed up again, but that's fine. We got what was it? The toe above ground and the toe below ground. However, the toe above ground somehow belongs to Joe, who has potential relations with Joanne. I made Joe, that same Joe, who happens to be a big Joe, that could be the big guy with the tie-dye shirt. Yeah, Joe's toe. And then we had the digging for the toe below ground in the ka, which might be the ka from the river Kawash. You know? We're connecting the dots. I obviously they might not be connected, but I'm connecting them now. They're starting to be a little fun. More details, like the story is building. We've got this collage now. All the dots are connecting. You gotta love it when mnemonics, you're trying to see connections where there aren't connections. Ooh, it's so stimulating. All right. Let me do this recall right quick. We have a whole environment in Wanikani now. Yeah, I know, right? Oh, now we can like, I can link things that I know from Duolingo onto Wanikani when they come up. Oh man, this is gonna be, it's gonna be a hoot and a half, I tell ya. I hope Joanne is the example of Chisai, or small, because we have to remember that Joanne is small and Joe is big. That's why the toe is big. No relations to the Joe and the Joanne for women, but maybe there's a small woman and then guys are big, but just because we have to think of Joe, and I don't know. Well, I'm looking forward to it. It's like a mystery novel, you know? Like you're trying to predict what Ko is going to give you next. And who knows, Ko might moonlight as Joe. What if they're the same person? So we know that Joe is a farmhand who moonlights as a person who wears a tie-dye shirt, which I imagine is a painter right now. Just imagine a farmhand wearing overalls painting a barn in a tie-dye shirt. Conspiracy? Coincidence? I think not. Kidding. I'll embellish when I want to. All right, so unit 7 is wait, unit 7 is festival. Unit 8 is slang, or unit 8 is internet. So we're gonna start with unit 8. Wait, yes. Right? Yeah. May 2. I forgot to ask my father or that other person about May 2, if they use it, the service, if they heard of it. Weibo or Wei Ing. Wei Xing. The heck is the top of Wei Xing? Remember the bottom. Oh, it's Yama. I am now getting annoyed at myself when I can't read things in katakana. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Katakana don't come up very often. As much as you want. Interestingly enough. And when it comes up, it's like, it's a curse. I thought I would be different too. Nah, I kind of saw it coming, but I was like, oh, I'm gonna try anyways. Nope. You misread headphones as phones. Got the gist of the sentence though. Oh, headphone. Yeah, headphone is an ooh, headphone. We're gonna add something else the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow's Neverwinter Day. It's week 8, right? So I got 3 more. But we're gonna add something else. We're doing the Chinese thing. Oh man, I've spent so much money. Shh, don't tell anyone. I'm like way over budget. But I'm having so much fun I can't resist. Oh man. Is this what it's like when you're a spendthrift and you just splurge all the time? I haven't been so spendthrifty in a while. That's a good thing. I haven't spent anything on myself in a while, so I guess it's nice to be excited to spend money. Bo. How do I say bo? How do I write bo? It's bo. You're trying to dial back from Christmas after sale to upgrade fish tank stuff? Dang. Oh yeah, and you have pets, Blair. I don't have any pets. Huh. Makes me think I should go and rent out my own place and buy like a you know what I really, oh man, you know what? Are there such thing as corgi poodles or like a corgi poodle mixes, or like it would be fun to find like a mutt that is like a corgi something or a labradoodle, like a labradoodle or something. Oh, I don't know. I'm just thinking about corgi poos. I'm sure they breed poodles with everything. Yeah. And of course, if not, like I'm specifically thinking like I wouldn't mind adopting a cross, right? Because you got a lot of little doodads out there that aren't like your corgis, or you're partial to dachshunds yourself. Yeah, me too. I like their stature. I mean, a dachshund poodle or like a dachshund terrier. Oh, that would be kind of cute too if there was a dachshund terrier out there for adoption. What do you even call them? Terrier dachshund? A terrier dachshund? Terrier sin? Like, we're talking about like a little bit more on this, like a forward the smaller side, but medium mini dachshund. Pure mini dachshund had a chocolate colored one as a kid. Ah, yeah. The reason why I'm mentioning mixes is because usually adoption dogs, doggos tend to be mixed, and I don't mind considering the idea of adopting a little fella from the shelter or a nearby shelter. Although, you know, I would most definitely take on a Samoyed if a Sammy I'm definitely a sucker for Sammies and Corgis. Or an Aussie Shepherd. Ooh, an Aussie Shepherd. Although somewhere in my vacant mind in the back, I feel like I want to hear the whining of a husky. Aren't those super high oxy? Yeah, they're running buddies. Aussie Shepherds are running buddies. Yeah. Samoyed is like a little bit in between, like less than an Aussie, but I've watched so many videos of husky, you know, the classical husky whining. I'm like, somewhere in my mind makes me want to be a masochist and pick up a husky. The husky scream. It's like, oh, they're kind of cute. All right, anyways. Hey, it's no different from Twitch chat. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. Can you imagine every time like someone complains on Twitch chat, all it comes out, all the it just gets converted to the emote with a husky doing a scream. Oh boy, how can you hate that face? You know, how can you hold it against him? You love having a medium large sized dog. I can imagine. I don't have I don't think I've ever had momentary. We were momentary like dog sitters and cat sitters. Momentary. But did not have a dog or a cat. And you got a chihuahua. Wait, is that a good then? Or your whole like your whole perspective changed? Oh man, Pomskis and stuff? Oh man, Pomeranians mixed with things are quite delightful looking. They were both great. It was just a funny size difference. Yeah, I can imagine. What am I doing? Oh, internet stuff. Schwa. We're doing schwa for browse. Schwa is... Oh, you have a picture of them together? Oh, you do. Wait, do you still have... Is the Chihuahua still with you? And you said when you were young, so okay. Yeah, I figure when you said you were young, it could have been like way more than 10 years ago or something like that. So I wouldn't have imagined you had like the super rare possibility of having... I don't remember what the oldest dog was, but there was a recent one. Yeah, I'm sure they had a really happy, wonderful, long-lived life, you know. It is the circle. So we're browsing. And now we have these edgy terminology. So we have wall. No. Tu. You. Tu. Tu. Hao. Tu hao. Right. Tu. Hao. Hao is Chungus. Yes. Tu hao. Tu hao. Tu hao. I gotta check this. So we'll put a dot here. Tu hao. What was this associated with? Gal Gao Shuai. Gao Shuai something. Oh no. It's rich. Rich. Uh Rich, tall, and handsome. So Gao Fu. Gao Fu Shuai. Gao Fu Shuai. Gao. Fu. Was it like this? No. This. Wait. Is it a plus? I think it was a plus, right? Across? Yes. The heck was Shuai? You sent in Discord? Let me look at these little cuties. Oh, I didn't even start my Discord today. After I got home, it was 8. And then washed up and got right on with my day. Where are these cuties? Aww. Oh. Wow. Yep. No. What was the Chihuahua's name? And what's the big dude's name? Aw, the sleeping one is cute. Whoa. Wait, so the Chihuahua is the one that's much older, right? Because I could see the fade around the eyes and then the ears. I'm guessing the larger one is the younger one. Seems like an old Chihuahua. In this photo, and he's in the left photo, or it kind of looks like in the left photo. Aw. It looks so composed. What else we have? Mei Mei and Dainan. Dai. Mei Nan. Yeah, baby pics of Maddie. Oh, okay. Maddie was a Chihuahua. It was actually really young. Oh, okay. Courage was a black-mouthed cur. 2 years old, if I remember. Oh, so she was a baby in that one. Or she was younger in that one. Oh. It's interesting, the pigmentation, like, around her eyes is not from, like, aging. You know what I mean? Like, whenever you see, like, a Labrador or, one that has a very fine coat color, usually the fade starts on, like, around the eyes and then around, like, the forehead area. The pigment starts fading because they're aging and the hair starts whiting. The keratinocytes stop making pigmentation. Yeah, interesting. Maddie looks like a very distinguished Chihuahua. Tainan, Dainan and beginner. Tainyo. 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 Okay. And Mei. Right? I think there's a cut there, yes. And What was this linked with? Mei Mei. Mung. Mung. Mung? Mung. Mung? Mung? It's Mung. Okay. And we had 吃货. 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 货. Was there a dot? Yes. And 吃货. Where are we going now? We have share, 加,加, 粉丝, 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 and 好友. I guess we can add 自 yeah, 自拍. Some connotation words too. Lots. 多,很多, no. 更多, 更多. 更多, no. 更多. Oh, I have to check on this. I'm gonna say 更多. 更多 is gun 3 is not this. This is probably 更多. Maybe. Okay. I'll have to check. So we have 2 things to check now. And then E by 1. E by 1 is a very important number. Oh, no dot on 1. 1. Yeah, E by 1. Or is it E by 1? No, E by 1. Okay. And then we have other things. Like, share, subscribe. So friend circle. Let's do friend circle.朋友. 有朋友. 春朋友. Oh no, 朋友 something. 川朋友川. 川朋友川. It kind of looks like a twan. Like this. It's probably twan. I'll have to check this too. Twan, 朋友, twan. That sounds a little off. Okay, yeah. 分享. Yeah, 分享,分享,享, which 享 is it? It's one. Oh yeah, it is this one. 分享. Forward. Like to forward something. 关. Oh no, not 关于. That's 关于 is about. 关注 is to follow. Forward something. No. 卷 yes. 卷发卷发卷发 No. Yeah, no, not that far. This far. And then 1. One, 2. Follow. 点章点账点酱 like 点酱 right 点酱 comment 论答任 no not 答任评论评论 okay. Is that it? I think that's it. Oh, I need to check these 3. 春土号耕作 Okay, let's do unit 7. 7 is festival. Okay, so we have. I messed this up yesterday. It's 关 so no, not 关 恭 恭喜发财 恭喜发财 My hand is so seasoned today. What the heck? It's so sturdy today. You know what it is? It's because I had that 3-serving bowl of pho. Ugh, so good. I drank like 1 liter of broth. It's not 1 liter of broth. It's at least like, I don't think it's 1 liter. It was like 500 mils or something like that. I'm still kind of hungry. 恭喜恭喜this far, right? 发财 I'm guessing it's this tie. Oh, no, wait. Yes. Yes? Yes. Yes, right? Yeah, that looks right. Now what do we do? Oh, we do all the trend. Trend is. Was there 3 in trend? Yes, there was 3. I don't think it's a 1 boxer. The 2 boxer. 春节 Duan I don't say Duan 端午节端午 I don't remember the did it have Yama? It did have Yama. It had Shu. Maybe like yeah. Wait. Oh, we have to check this one. Something like that. I have to check this one. And then Wu Jie. Yeah, something's off with that, I think. Wu Jie. What is the other one? So this is the dragon boat. Mid-autumn? No. Right, yeah, mid-autumn. So mid-autumn. So Qiu, isn't it? So mid. Zhong. Qiu. Autumn. Right? Zhong Qiu. Zhong Qiu. Is it also Jie? Yeah. Zhong Qiu Jie. Ju Hui. Don't forget Ju Hui. The party. How does Ju Hui work? Think. Oh no, I don't know. Is this a line and then you do this? I gotta check this too. 机会 So many weak spots. Oh, there's so many food items in this one. You gonna find a big... Oh, well, that's okay. Thank you for trying. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Um, now we got like other things, right? Yeah, 拿来. Oh my gosh. Despicable. 拿来. Hong bao. Which bao is it? Hong bao. Regular bao? Just regular old bao? That looks fine. Bao. And we got Hua. Hua is Hua. Aqua. Aqua. You have a lot of other animal pics. Okay, let me check this out. Oh, wait. You didn't spam me with the other animal pics yet. Aqua. One. This one was this, right? One. And long, something long. Dragon. Long. Joe. Long Joe. Oh no. How does long work? Long Joe. Joe is basically. I have to check this too. I don't know if that's Joe. Long Joe. We have her. 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 珍珠奶茶。珍珠奶茶。珍珠奶茶。Yeah, 珍珠奶茶。珍 I got corrected on this. Right. Done. Cool. It's like this. Yes. Yes. That feels good, I think. And then Naita. No. Yes. Nai. What was there? There was something else to drink here. Oh. Xiang. No. Xiong. Xiang. Xuan. Xiang. Xiong. Xiang. Song. Oh no. Xuan. Xiong. It's Song. Oh no. Xuan La Tan. Oh, Xuan La. Xuan La Tan. Shuang? Probably Shuang La Tang. Shuang La Tang. What is the right hand of this? Kind of like this, maybe? No. It's, no. Oh no, I don't know. There's something in the middle that I don't remember. It's probably 2 strokes, so this, that. Yes. And is la. Right? Oh. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. It's... Oh, this is such a struggle. Yes. Ang is... Nope. Just kidding. No, wait. Yes, that's what I was looking for. I'm gonna have to check on this one too. Okay, so now we have eating. Bring it over here. Bring it on over. Sure. Cool. Okay. How many variations can they think of for cross the street as a吃过什么? Let's do Gong. Wait. Yes. Right? Yeah, Gong. Gongbao. 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 Eating. The. Oh. Wolf. Gongbao. Eating. 北北京北京烤鸭 The heck is 烤鸭烤 fire something 烤 so we use 烤 yes 烤鸭 still has bird in it. What do we have? 粽子 right? Or is it small? Yes. 粽子 something that deals with the meat. Well, there's mantou. Man. Which man is it? Toll. Is it that toll? It's gotta be that toll. Yes. Head. Yeah. Bing. That was Bing. Not so sure. No, that looks fine. There's Daojiang, 刀花, 都画, 都画, 都something. Something. What is it? Something. It's the thing that Churn made a couple times. Something. Oh no. I don't remember. And then I'm missing the roll. The roll something. Roll fun. What? What type of rice? What type of rice? It's glutinous rice. I don't know what it is. Okay, so there's one and tang something. Two and then spring rolls. Chunjun. 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 Yeah, chunjun. 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 No? Yeah, chunjun. Chun. Chun. I don't remember the other thing. Oh. No. Do I? Yes. It's kind of like the egg roll. Boy, it is the egg roll. Like that. Then like that. I'll have to check this one too. If that's even listed. Okay. I think that's pretty good. So let's quickly go to this side. Okay. We have Wu. Oh, Wu Hao. Not Tu Hao. Wu Hao. Okay. Wu Hao. What else? You know the this. Oh, gun door. Oh my gosh, I got both the tones incorrect. Gun door. I thought it was gun gun door. Yeah, jeez. Gun gun door. Gun door. Wasn't there another thing? I could have sworn I marked more than one thing. Guess not. I have more than 3 things. Okay, so let's go up here. Okay. And 端午节. Where's 端? Oh, I missed a stroke in between. Oh, and that's the incorrect one. Ooh. Ooh. Yep. That one's tough. Okay. So it was then Yama. Yeah. That's a oof. Yeah, that's a oof. Wow. What was I worried? Oh, this one, I'm not sure about the bottom. What was this? Ji Hui. Where's Ji Hui at? Oh, it's right to left. Okay. That's kind of screwed up too. This is kind of screwed. So. And then it's right to left. And down. Left, left. Okay. Hua, Long. right? Longzhou. Where's Longzhou at? Do I even have a long? That looks like a long. Okay, I did the stroke order, right? Long Jiu. Oh, Hua Longzhou. That's fine. Longzhou. Oh yeah, Longzhou. Okay, it is Zhou. Zhou. Longzhou. That's pretty good. And then what was this? Oh, okay. Swan, right? Swan La Tongue, Swan Swan La Tongue, Swan La Tongue, La Tongue. This. Okay. Swan La Tongue. Okay. That's okay. That's okay. Yikes. That one was okay. And we're missing 2 items and egg rolls. Do we have egg rolls even? We can use Chen. Is Chen on here? Where are you, Chen? Chen. Where are you? I know you're on here. Show yourself. I see it. Okay, so it does have the day character. And I want to hear that.
春卷
春卷. 春卷.
春卷
春卷. What did I go with? I think I might have had the wrong tone too. 春卷. Okay, the character is correct. And then what am I missing? It's tongue. It's off tongue. Where's tongue? I know tongue is on here. Give me the tongue. No? No tongue? Dang it, no tongue. Oh no, there's tongue. Oh, tongue yuan. It's yuan. Oh my goodness. Tongue yuan. Okay. Jeez, after turn mentioned it twice in our conversation, I just didn't remember. Tongue yuan. Tongue yuan. Oh, did I have a idea of the last one? Oh, it was roll fun. Something roll fun. I know what I'm imagining, but what is it? Oh, Lu roll fun. Lu. I couldn't figure out Lu for the life of me. So Lu roll fun. Well, that was disappointing. Yikes. That was disappointing. Alright, how much time do I have? Okay. Alright. We got this. Let's do some more review. So we're gonna go above festivals. What do we have? Communication. Communication and vacation plans. Let's see what we can gather from our vacation plans. Oh no, I don't. Gosh. Communication. Let's just deal with Hmm. I don't remember Deng Lu. Oh, it's like Deng Lu, Mi Ma. Deng Lu, Mi Ma. Hui, Hui, and Fa. 电子，no, 邮件, right? 电子邮件，no, not 小, there's 星豪 and what the heck is that was email. What about text? Text was something like Duanqing is short like short message. Duanqing and 面试 and 开会 面试 and 开会 they were like meetings and stuff, meetings and gathering and get talks. Oh, and you're discussing like performance and promotions, opinions and agreements. Boss. This one's tough too. Oh man, all of these are pretty tough. Holy heck. Let's refresh.
12号
Sure. Oh.
句子
句子 sentence?
科
Oops.
科句啦则
I totally see why they place those.
10
10
9
19.
Hao.
Oh, okay.
12号
12. Oh.
句子
I don't understand.
句子
Was 句子 in this? No, it wasn't. Right?
句子
句子
号码包子
上个
刮风
刮风
句子
几
几号
That's the prison. 几号 Prison mouth. Oh.
几号几号
句子
12号
12号19号
19号
可爱
Ooh, that's a good example of the thing that I was talking about the corner text matters. The corner, if there's 2 strokes or 1 stroke.
句子
句子
一
一
会儿
会儿
19号
哦
包子
包子
句子
句
买
买
长
长
号
长 or 长19号
19号
句子
句子 Okay. I'm already pretty fatigued since I got up fairly early. We're running on like 4 or 5 hours. Won't do it too long today. 个子句子个子
个子椅子桌子句子肚子
肚子 I almost said head 肚子 Does that? No, that's tool.
句子
句子句子句子
个子
个
个子句子
Alright, I'm gonna use it today. Oh wait, I can't. No, I have to write as well. I forgot. Occasional writing exercise. So what? What are you? Oh.
饺子
Oh, what? I needed to hear that again. 饺子饺子 Right. 饺子 Stuck between 2 and 3.
瓶子勺子
勺子
个子句子
Oh, we got a new league. That's right. 手机号码
手机号码
信号信号 Oh, 44信号手机号码手机号码 Okay.
机会号信号信心
手机号
码
信号
信号
手机号码
吗 Oh. Sorry, that was a little aggressive.
手机号码
Kind of want to observe their ma because it goes into the nyol and the nyol my nyol doesn't look very good. What is it about the nyol? Maybe like Oh wait, it's slightly different though. No, I need a nyol.
信号
信号
手机号码
信号信心机会
飞机票
飞机票
果something. It's like international roaming or something. 充电 Oh, 充电
国际
Oh my gosh, 际 国际国际国际国际
国际
Oh, there it is. 国际充电
充电国
国
际
际
下车，
啊
下车，
报纸
报纸 A counter is a count. Wait. Oh. 柜台
柜台
柜台 Wrong tone. Okay. 柜台
国际国际
充电国际国际国际
Yeah, man. After my conversation with my father and stuff and being Mandarin, my vocabulary needs to be solid. Oh, on the recall. A good thing we're investing again. Sorry. Well, I'm like really tired. Starting to feel it.
充电
哦，国内国内国内
国内韩国充值
充值 is like charge up or top up 充值
充电充电
国际
Oh no, 国内 is roaming. It's like 国际国内
充电
呢
报纸柜台
海关
海关
国际
报纸
All right, I gotta do it different. The review is gonna have to be different. 报纸
定位
定位 I'm definitely struggling way more than recalling is a lot tougher. I would like to have some of these be super confident, but I think I'm dropping like 20%
定位
already. So the earlier I'm going back up, it's getting it's like diminishing really fast.
定位
定位
柜台
柜台 maybe
充电
空间
国际
Oh, I should really find out how many characters I'm responsible for actually in total. Oh. No. 打扫打扫电梯 elevator 电梯打扫
打扫
打扫
电梯
电梯
打
打扫
帮我
里面
还要
打扫
When we get into like the common phrases, that's when it really suddenly lifts. But all these like occasional ones are a little tough.
打扫
打扫
电梯
打扫，
打扫
打扫，
It's okay when I have context or like when it's a piece of it's offered. It's totally not okay when I think about it. If I had to say elevator right off the bat, would I know TNT? Probably not. 打扫, that didn't come to mind until I read it. Hmm.
打扫，
打扮
电梯，
打折，
打折，充电，
电梯
电梯，
电梯
电梯，
东边
东边，
到了，
到了，
愿意，
愿意，打扫，
打扫
电梯，
电梯，
医院，
医院
死了，
死了，
靠近，
靠近，打扫。Maybe I'll only do one, two. 电话，电话卡，电话卡，电话卡，像大学，像大学，
上大学，
像大学 to go to university, right? 电话卡，
电话卡
电话卡，
电话卡，
上大学，
电话卡，
自行车，
自行车，
自行车，自行车，垃圾桶，
垃圾桶，
上大学，
中文
课，
电话卡
电话卡，
电话卡
上大学，
电话卡，
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 上大学，
加拿大，
电话
卡，
卡，
看电影，
打电话，
上大学
上大学，
上
大学，
上大学，
自行车，
自行车，
电
电话
卡，
卡，
中文课，黄衣
服，
电话卡
上大学，
上大学，
电话号码，
电话号码 ，Oops，
电话号码，
电话卡，
电话卡，
黄衣服，
黄衣服，美术课，
美术课，
对，
电话
电话卡， 充电电话卡，
充电电话
卡，
卡，
打电话，
电影
信用卡，
信用
充电
充电
电话卡，电话卡，
电影
电
脑
脑游戏，
戏，
充电电话卡，
电话卡，
打
打电话。哎，
电话
卡，
电梯
梯，电话卡，
打电话，
电梯
梯，
电话卡，电影
充电
电打
啊
打
啊！电梯
电话卡，
话
电
话
卡，
电梯
一
电梯电脑信用卡电话卡
电视节，
电视节目。对，然后房间里，
房间里，
中间，
中间
房间里，
雨里，房间里，
中间，
中午里
中
里，喂，中间，in between，
房间里，
房
间里，
间里，中间
Oops, wrong direction. Oh wait. I think there are a couple one of these. I'm not sure if I wrote this stroke in the correct direction. Actually, I might have done something like this when I really meant to do something like this. Oh, now I have to make sure I correct those if I have been doing them in a wrong direction. Oh,
房间里，中文课，
里面
哦，
里面
In and inside. Come on.
中间里
It's a adequate description. 电子邮件。对。这段时间，这段时间，
这段时间，
这段时间。What is the 段 for?
电子邮件，
电子邮件。Okay.
电视节目、
Oops.
电子邮件、
Oh, in a while. Oh, that makes sense. No wait. 这段时间， I mean, that makes more sense. 这段时间 don't remember that. Where's Duo Japanese and Tao? Did I finish? No, I didn't finish. We're switching up the schedule a little bit because we have a lot of. Not today.
下个星期
No, I finished it. You missed it. You missed it. I somehow completed the other half. No. It'll be we're like switching around schedules and whatnot, keeping the day balanced. 下个星期下个星期筷子
筷子
这段时间
这段时间
电子邮件
电子邮件瓶子
电子邮件
How am I liking what I'm kind for? I kind of like it. I like it. It's only been 6 days, and 5 of the days are review. Or 4 of the 6 days are review.
电子邮件
电子邮件
电
电子
邮件
Got a lot to do in the next couple months, so jam-packed. Although today I'm a little bit tired because I had to run an errand for most of the day. So we're gonna try to wrap it up here in a bit so I can get to bed earlier. I'll be back in full strength tomorrow. Oh, but tomorrow is something else as well. It's a Monday tomorrow here. We got something else going on at the moment.
这段时间
电子邮件
How's your language learning going? Do you have classes? SD? I didn't ask. Do you have a good holiday? Do you have university or something? What do you do after the holidays? If you observe the holidays.
电子邮件电子邮
这段时间
电子邮件
下个星期
下个星期
半个小时
半个小时
You actually just finished your bachelor's in criminal justice, although I don't plan on using it, Kappa? Interesting. You just finished as in the fall semester was your last semester?
公共汽车
Well,
这段时
congratulations.
间
Now what are you up to? Did you line up a position?
这段时间这段
时间 Congratulations.
时间
今天晚上
这段时间
电子邮件桌子
杯子 You did online and ended the 24th. Oh, the day before. And no, you're not doing anything at the moment. Kind of just deciding what I want to do, given I don't see myself getting a career in criminal justice. Oh, is there any way you can do a pivot with the criminal justice? Like, you know, apply something like criminal justice. You can apply what you learn in criminal justice in a creative manner, right? Like I'll use something anecdotal. I'm not a practicing scientist anymore or geneticist, but I could certainly still apply most of the techniques and thoughts and interesting background and stuff to something when you're talking about things. You know, create something around it. Write a crime novel. Yeah? I'm shooting blanks, you know, shooting at the wall here, throwing things at the wall. See what sticks. You being the proverbial wall.
电子
电子邮件。
邮件
电话
Did you like criminal justice? Actually, you would like to go back for another degree in something I find interesting that I don't really know much knowledge about. To be fair, geology. Oh, that's interesting. But there's an intersection with geology and criminal justice, no? There's something nice about putting my series of weird dreams down on paper. Yeah. In before Blair becomes the next David Lynch director, and it's like a WT Heck novel, you know? I did it like 2 years in, then all my feelings source vanished suddenly. Oh, okay. Well, I suppose what you can yeah, I suppose that can be a learning lesson for what to look forward to next. You know what I mean? Like what to avoid, or maybe some of the pitfalls and trappings that cause your sudden enthusiasm to vanish, right?
电话
哇，
这段时间，
这段时间
盘子
文字
下个星期，
下个星期
电子邮件
And I don't remember, how does the criminal justice have any interface between you and your language learning interest? Or since you're looking for something that you don't really have that much knowledge about, but you can still do something that is related to criminal justice. Like what I mean by that is, or like your things can be a pivot point for exploring things you have no knowledge about, I suppose. The first person point of view dream, it goes through like 3 nationalities and settings and scenarios when I slept from 10 to 4 today. Sounds like a wild memory scene or dream sequence. 뭐야? 저요 아 말고 인물 콜니야 아더니요 콜이야 세야 you were constantly running and hiding from something. Did you look back? Is it going to be revealed in the like last 5 minutes of the novel that you look back? Yeah. Take note A. Sorry, I was holding the gate number for my mother's arrival to the airport because the gate number was not announced when she left for her layover. At a point, I did see myself being like a court translator or something. Oh. Since that seemed cool about a year and a half ago, my interest was revitalized for a bit after I stopped caring 2 years in. I see. And then, boop. Nope. Okay. Well, hopefully you find some inspiration for your future career. And hey, education, learning experience, you know, I'm definitely one to find repurposing of legacy in many aspects. You never know. You never know. Here's to some wishful thinking and hopeful future. You know. You turned into a dog and hid in the library at the end of the dream. Oh, intriguing. Intriguing.
这本
这本这本
这
这段
段时间，
时间 I just don't remember this phrase at all, man.
这段时间，
这段时间 I can say like kids these days. Wait, 孩子这段时间孩子比孩子 I just said these days kids be kids. I don't know. I don't know how you would say like 孩子是孩子 I don't know. I wanted to say like kids these days, but I don't think that's how that works. If you say 孩子这段时间 I think 这段时间孩子 and I don't think it comes out the same way. Like I'm literally translating these kids these days, but that doesn't sound good. Sounds very off. The dream scenarios that always seem vaguely familiar are annoying because I'm probably going to find myself back there. One day you're just gonna be going in your local grocery store and you're like, oh no, this is it. And then you just start dashing to the back of the shelf and then turning into a dog. Or like, you know, feel like you're crawling into a dog and you're just gonna fetal position in the corner, you know? It's like it's happening right now. You just drop all your groceries. Start like thinking in all 3 languages while you're running, not looking back and running for the back corner, you know? I'm kidding. But let me know if it does happen though. Let me know if you get a laugh the next time you go grocery shopping. You go grocery shopping and you just double take everywhere. It's like, okay, I'm good.
这次
I'm literally going grocery shopping tomorrow. Just look down, right? You're going grocery shopping and you suddenly went past like the dog food. You just look down and you just gotta chuckle to yourself, you know? That's how it works, right? You look at the dog food, you look left, you look right, like, all right, I'm good.
这本
这本
半个小时，
时，
这段时间，
这段时间，
这些
这
Do you have any immediate plans, SD, or how are you chilling right now? What are you vibing for inspiration, SD? These days, kids these days. 这段时间。
时间，
All right.
这本
这本的
这本这段时间，
的 OK
这
本
这段时间，这些
什么时候？
什么时候？
笔记
本 You're locked in on language stuff, learning stuff, and you're actively studying to pass a French exam in September. Me too. Oh, you know, hear me out here. Hear me out. YouTube short series, webisode series, French, film noir, silent crime film series. Just throwing it out there, you know, black and white as well. It would be you with a chromatic monochrome filter doing silent scenes, you know, those like old school silent scenes, and it'll be like swipe French wording, right? What you learn in French, describe the scene, and then you're doing like small takes of criminal justice scenes, like, you know, like a mock 18th century, not 18th century, 19th century like thing for novelty. Who knows? Hear me out, you know, just I'm just spitballing, you know. 30 seconds. It'll be like 3 scenes and it'll be 10 seconds each, you know. It'll be like you come out of the door, you look at the ground, you see a puddle, and you think to yourself. Flash over, it'll be like a sentence in French, right, that describes the scene. And then the next scene and the next scene. It's just, you know, filling it out, you know. People will be like, what the heck is this? It's like, but for whatever reason, I want to know where this goes. You know, it's a cop, a detective who saw a puddle on the ground. It's like, what the heck? Is that water? Is that blood? You can't tell. It's black and white. And silent film. You see? Classic. I'm taking... You also got a fedora. Or you can wear those like really ridiculous like... Oh no, you gotta fashion up because you're Frenching, right? Oh, well, oof. That's good. That was out of context. But you're like French styling it up, right? So do it, you know? It'd be kind of fun. Like 30 seconds, you need to think about staging, right? That'd be so interesting. Oh, I would be delighted to watch that. The reason why I think that kind of format works, it's actually a retro thing. I'm like combining a few things from old cinema, but make it like new aged, and then it integrates a lot of your things, so you kind of immortalize it. And it's one of those things that people want to see what happens because it's only like 3 scenes. It's like, where's this going? Come back tomorrow, you know, come back next time, a week down the road, come back next time for another 3 scenes, and eventually it leads to something. It could lead you to the daily just to grab a bite to eat or something. That kind of format had been really interesting back in the day. Someone sorta does this already, but in a different format. Just spitballing. You know, it sounds fun, right? It kind of sounds fun to me. Anyways, no bias. Shooting some things, maybe something will stick. Some aspects.
句子
句子。电子邮件。
电子
句子。
电话号码。
码。
电子邮件。
Oh, I am really tired though.
句子。
哨子 ，no， 袖子，孝子，
勺子，
小子。I'm not doing my owls. 小子，
勺子，
小子。Oh, it's sh 也有小子，帽子。
电
电子
子
电子邮件，
邮件
电子邮件，
句子
句子，
句子电子邮件
I could also see a skit with Blair's situation with the 3 nationalities. I could see an animation actually. I would do a pose, right? I would do a pose, then do an anamorph, retro anamorph, like kind of like stop framey, and I would change into a dog, right? A dog, right? Going this way. And it would be the 3 nationality of those dogs doing a transition from one scene to the next. And then the camera would then rotate to the dog running, facing. The dog would be facing the camera now, so they would be running towards the camera. And then there's a shadow in the back. And it would just end there. That's it. Like, the dog would run straight into the camera, covering everything, and then everything just goes black. That would be the animation skit that would do. Maybe add a little like stock sound effects here and there, and then it'd be the end of the scene. Did you enjoy my degree and whatever I did or do with it? Well, I went on to get a PhD in molecular biology, and yes, I loved it so much that I burned out. Yes. Most of the things I choose in life, I tend to have a habit of burning out. And then when I burned out, that's when I learned to deal with it. Or like, you know, I took a break away from it. And then what did I do with it? Every time I learn something is what I do with it. So most of the stuff that I learned is everything I've done. My analytical mind, like, the semantics of molecular biology is semantics. I can use that as storytelling or some sort of reinforcement at any time, right? Knowledge is kept with me. Knowledge don't fade per se. So anytime I accrue new knowledge, I blend it with the old knowledge. The skills that I've done, the skills that I've developed when obtaining knowledge is the value of the education. And that is transferable to everything. Read, write, speak, you know, analyze. The very conversation I have now is a product of my career. So that's what I did with my degree. And the whole burning out thing was a life lesson learned. So with that opportunity, I changed it into an opportunity to develop more strategic and behavioral studies at a hobby level. I don't know if I'll ever get certified, like, to formally do anything with that type of knowledge, but generally speaking, as far as I'm more of a voluntarily concerned party. I act more of a voluntary concerned party at this point. Nothing that I want to do professionally. I think the weight of professional responsibility can trigger my compulsion for obsession when it comes to the work ethic. So I'm not entirely too confident how well I negotiate that anymore. However, been doing a lot to work with it and then to express it to other people. But teaching other people how to manage developments of skills, habits, and work-life balance, you know, saying things that are very helpful to it on a case-by-case basis, that's something that I develop and I offer more on a voluntary, non-professional capacity. I haven't decided to make it professional enough. I've always largely been a teacher at heart in education. So whatever I learn, the final goal is to teach it, right? So I'm not going to become like a Japanese English teacher or something like that, if, you know, professionally. However, I could see myself offering my 2 cents as a concerned voluntary party. Maybe invest and scout talent or do like human resources or human management position in the future. Like combining all these skills of teaching, biology, analytical tools, and behavior might make myself a very valuable consultant, right? Oftentimes, when you have a high degree of learning, right, like, or a high education degree, you can pivot to a consultation role. And oftentimes, how I would say why that's appropriate is largely whether you don't work in science anymore. Usually highly educated people tend to continue to collect experience because you would kind of die of boredom, so to speak, figuratively and mentally, or you would be intellectually restless. So generally speaking, they continue to accrue experience, and that experience gives them holistic approaches or consistent holistic approaches on determining, what goes with what can be problem solved with what. So I could see myself maybe in a couple years end up pivoting to a consultation role for possibly like hiring people, resource management. I love the idea of being an academic advisor of some sort. Get, the kids to the place, hopefully like with a consistent higher rate of matching their interests, sustainable motivations, and a sustained way to match a career that kind of like what you're describing, how you fell out of interest almost immediately 2 years ago. Try to mitigate that from happening in a private consulting capacity as opposed to like a public or government worker or something, because I've realized that there's no shortage of demand for that type of thing, and the workload will consume me. I will end up consuming my life with the workload because I'm a very strongly compulsive worker. That's how I am now still, and I'm not even working, right? Like what I'm doing now with my projects and how I'm scheduling language learning and stuff, I'm not even obligated to do this stuff, and I tend to compulsively do it. So it can be a tough life balancing these things. However, we're managing, and I kind of share my experiences with that in retrospect. I loved my job. Well, I loved pretty much everything I did, maybe a little too much. I like keeping myself intellectually stimulated. If I was anywhere near far advanced enough to do that kind of animation, absolutely would. Let me project dreams into animatics technology, please. I could definitely draw storyboards. The thing that I was thinking of, I would probably draw a storyboard and I would find an appropriate skill set person, right? That's kind of how I do things most of the time. I don't think I love accruing skills to a point where you're enough to appreciate and be able to figure out and discern potential in other people. So whenever I say I do digital art, I know enough about digital art now where if I were to hire someone to do the digital art for me, I would be able to communicate at a level enough to express, right? Japanese is no different. Mandarin is no different. Playing video games, no different. Science. So anything I apply, I want to reach an aptitude in which I can express it in a way that I could use the skill that I technically specialize in, which is human behavior. Well, so I tend to look for aptitude, like behaviorisms, how to get a person to sustainably chase after their specialty. That kind of thing is what I like to do. So oftentimes I engage in other people's skill sets in order to get a better idea of like, oh, okay, so this correlates with this and this correlates with that. How do I increase the odds of this person being successful if they were to follow my advice, right? And I'm putting advice very, very prominently on here because I am not a professional, as in I do not get paid to do this, and I do not stake any credibility. Usually, oftentimes, these are friends, personal friends, and I do not do them publicly, obviously, because even if I'm not a professional, these things are in confidence. Right? Whether I'm licensed or not, there's some discretion involved in getting people up and going, whether it's fitness, personal training, or whatnot. It kind of is all under an umbrella of an uncertified life coach or something like that. However, I don't know if I'm even interested in generalizing myself as a life coach as well. This is very voluntary and hobby forming, but I would love to be like an academic advisor at some point. Same, actually, you love learning in general, like everything, and you have a bunch of different areas outside of language that I want to learn about. I just don't know what I want to do with your life job-wise. That's fair enough. I mean, I reckon you're fairly young if you completed your bachelor's, mid-20s. Finding roles that, you know, finding roles, bouncing between roles can allow you to have a more holistic approach to finding your like the job that would blend most of the things. I think exploration is a wonderful time after someone completed their academic career, their first academic career, to explore. 22, wow, that's 1 year earlier than oh no, that's right on point. Yeah, right on point. Same, actually. Yeah, so yeah, it's a great time to pivot around and collectively build your skill set up, right? It'll be interesting when you start sampling skill sets, right? That's not how you spell sampling. When you start sampling skill sets, start creating a, you know, Venn diagram and then see where the skills overlap. At some point, there will be potentially a strong point, or maybe there's like a really strong overlap between the two. Then you can enrich for a skill set here, and that can create a consultation work, or maybe a specialized consultation work that you have a general area for advising, because advising, being a consultant, requires a lot of experience as opposed to specializing super technically. Obviously, you could be a specialist, like an expert thing, but at this point, since you're still looking around and whatnot, building up a more generalized knowledge experience base is the more a consistent option to still look for opportunities while also having a fallback, a plan B, where you kind of can do a lot. There's a dynamic adaptation when you start picking up odds and ends, right? Odds and ends jobs. I don't want to say a phrase that a lot of people say because it's out of context a lot of times, but you're probably thinking of a specific phrase at this point. I like to put an asterisk on that phrase. I'll let you use your imagination on what that phrase is.
句子
It came up a couple of times, sorry, in the discussion. I think, in my opinion, it has a misconception oftentimes.
鞋子电子邮件椅子
I'll reveal in a bit.
电脑
游戏 Like, I'm more a, I like learning. So if I like learning, then you might as well learn as much about learning as you can. It's kind of one of the axiomatic requirements for becoming someone, you know, developing a career or developing a skill set. One must fundamentally cross that road. So if you're very effective at doing this, you can see yourself being an effective consultant for a lot of disciplines. And then when you expand your skill set, your skill knowledge, you have an opportunity to be largely fairly attractive as a advisor for that kind of thing. Now, whether certification is required for that, that is definitely something I have to tackle in the future, anecdotally speaking. Honestly, getting the certification and doing the paperwork and the red tape, that's something I feel is very prescribed, so it's fairly low effort for me. I think the creative process and the conceptualization of where you want to go, being an avid learner, is most of the time, right? Most of the time spent. If you're trying to empathize with a learning, enthusiasm for learning. And hear me out here. It is very, very, I would say, statistically normative in early age, especially following your first career choice, academic career choice, to encounter this type of exploration moment, academically speaking. And people hold over, they get other positions to accrue some experience to answer that question. When I finished my bachelor's, I actually went into a resident or like a post-baccalaureate program. I actually did research for the government for 1 year, and I really liked it. So I did it for 2 years, and then that led to graduate school. So it just so happens that I followed the encouragement of my academic advisor, which I did not plan originally in the first 4 years of my bachelor's. So one thing led to another, and I am not in science, but I most definitely would not trade any of that experience away. I wouldn't be the person I am today, of course. I owed it a large majority. My aptitude in understanding how to develop skills on a whim, on a dime, is definitely owed to all this time I have to tackle far more higher disciplines. Not that they're of higher value, but they were of higher influence for my life, right? How do you get excited and consistent about working on a project for over 5 years of your life? Well, it doesn't seem so bad now that I said that, and now I'm doing something for 200 days, right? Consistently. That kind of thing. Experience does breathe a lot of confidence, security, and self-esteem. Not necessarily like, oh, I'm gonna predict the future, but I know I can make it work. If you put me in a grocery store, like if I go to a grocery store and go apply for a job, I will do a heckin' good job of it. Whether it's high pride, low pay, if I decide to pick up a position, I will most definitely try to do the best I can. Not that I'm going to, but there were times when someone said, "Oh, I'm having trouble," like say a personal friend, like they're having trouble finding a job, or they're having trouble keeping a steady job, as in there's just something that makes them not want to keep the job. I would probably even consider doing a social experiment where I would get the job with them if it was possible, and maybe we could work on that job consistency together, right? Those are the kind of things, kind of projects that I really enjoy. Working with someone, like with them in their daily lives and keeping them on task and whatnot, right? And maybe even juggling 2 or 3 people, because I earnestly think this really isn't a flex, it's more to keep myself busy. I really think that I could handle 2 or 3 people at the same time. I could juggle 2 or 3 people. because you're not really concerned with every aspect of their life, but the most pertinent aspect of their life, be it like trying to create a routine that consistently encourages them to study consistently. Might be a great 1-year project to work with someone, and most of these are obviously not professional, so there's no obligation for them to expect anything. However, I have an obligation to myself, so I have personal integrity that allows me to perform whether there's an incentive to perform or not. And it definitely comes out of the integrity built from understanding what it takes to be a professional in the sciences, I suppose. Yeah, personal, professional integrity. Very difficult to unlearn something like that. Oh, right. I'm in Chinese. I'm like, Naka? Naka what? Chu Jian.
中间
Oh, 中间 whoops. 中间. An Xianghao. Oh, hey. Hello there. Yeah. An Xianghao. 今天没什么人吗？what is it? 一般这是一般一般多there's usually not that many people. Like it's usually 1 or 2. I'm talking to 1 or 2 peeps on Twitch right now. But 一般没什么人。今天我跟我父母出机场我妈妈去香港，现在去香港，香港for 1 week to 2 weeks, and I spent the whole day. It was about like 8 hours round trip, like there and here. So I'm a little tired, and I started a little bit late. So we're like squeezing in a little bit of things while I'm here. And yeah, and I'm like simulcasting. So yesterday, I don't know if you noticed, but sometimes I make comments and it might be towards separate people. Everyone gets used to it. Naka what? Oh, wrong language. Yes, Blair. and then I totally spaced out on it's not Chu because that's Japanese. So 中间 Yeah, yeah. 每天没有很多人，没有什么人。一个 I don't actually have to do. I don't know how to do range. 从一个 to 3. It's about 1 to 3 people on both sides of the streaming verse now. And it's kind of hard to maintain 1 or 2 to 3 people in conversation already. 一到 oh 一到2个 oh use 到 oh thank you yeah 一到2个3个人 pretty much. What is I just got approximate. What is approximate? Da something. Which one did I get? It starts with da ye. 大爷 yeah 大爷大爷耶大爷大约一到两个人，在在 YouTube 还是在 Twitch, right? Yes. For characters that both language shares, can the reading be different but the meaning be the same? I'm assuming not all the characters are the same. Yeah, it's a mix bag. For the Naka Jian, right? Naka Jian, it's actually the same, similar meaning, in between. Although, unfortunately, in this case, Aida, they ended up using Aida. So, the meaning is still there. You could use the Japanese meaning to get to the meaning, but in this case, Japanese ended up using Aida for in between or between. But Zhong in Japanese also means center as well, or inside something. So you could kind of still use the Japanese meaning to get to Zhong Jian, the meaning in between. However, the read and stuff, you know, there's still like intrinsic meaning to the characters that lends you to the same type of thing. Yeah, Dao like a range. Yeah, like a range symbol. I see. 我也来了。我也I Twitch that. There you go, Zhao. Yeah, these are the peeps I look. Blair seems to preferentially like being on Twitch because of the whole chatting similarities. So and by the way, as a agreement, I think on both Twitch and YouTube, I don't play favorites. I just tell people I'm doing welcome to both, right? It's a shared mutual space, whichever your preferred platform. These days,
这段时间
how was your day, by the way? How's your day, Zhao? I have more things I watch on Twitch. The time slot works out. Yeah. So, let me introduce you guys, Blair. I'm not sure if you were here earlier, but Zhao is a international student from China at a US university. So we talked quite a lot yesterday. That's why I kind of skipped. Oh, and SD. That's why I skipped Duolingo Japanese session today, because I had so much things. We chat quite a lot. So I didn't make time for my review session for Chinese because I'm preparing my progress report for both, and it just carried really late. So I'm just adjusting the schedule at the moment. But yes. Really brilliant. Yeah, international student, especially an international student on the graduate level. SD is a recent graduate, so technically SD is now a post-baccalaureate. So, yeah, you know, it's not going to be a criminal justice PhD. I don't know if people have PhDs in criminal. SD is over it though, so. You do some chores for our paper rebuttal today? Okay. Oh, wait, you have an existing publication? You have a peer review paper, like in review right now? Or is it an assignment? Like, is it... That's pretty sweet. That's exciting. A rebuttal for your paper? For your lab's paper? Oh, that's really exciting. Also tedious, but exciting. Y'all making me wish I was still in school. Blair, you know, I know, like Blair's, by the way, Blair is it's a cooperation. I see. By the way, Blair is, I'm just going to talk all of you up so that you guys don't have to introduce each other. Blair is a super mom. So, she works, somehow makes time for language learning, and still take care of lots of pets and all of that. And then now she's talking about she has an enthusiasm for school, which is tough. Unlike another person goober I know, Valentine, who has recently decided to go back to school. And Valentine is also learning Japanese while on that other hand. And then like I've gotten to meet quite a lot of people who are either who left school for a bit, came back to school, learning languages, learning how to pivot in their career. So SD is right now looking for like career explorations. Valentine, for example, worked in retail for a very long time, and then now they want to go back and they're doing optometry. So they want to go into optometry, at least like being a technician or an assistant for optometry. And I'm hearing a lot about they're like crushing the classes for like things related to that at the moment. Yeah. If I was going to do school again, I'd be pursuing a biology degree. Oh yeah? Oh yeah? Why? No, wait. And then pursuing a veterinarian license? I'm kidding. I'm just brainstorming now. Biology degree. Interesting. Brainstorm with me a little. How would you explore biology? It's a very wide and open exploration. Which, by the way, Jiao is in computer sciences. And then SD is looking for something that is not criminal justice, but really, really enthusiastic about the French language right now. So there's that. I'm helping you. I'm introducing everyone here currently. Yep. Making sure I've got everyone's detail and straightforward, right? The school I have local to you does offer a vet program. Oh, but you have to have previous experience to get in. You were originally a comp sci. Oh, I see. Yeah, so Jiao does bioinformatics work now, yeah. Be very specific. Because one needs to be. And then, oh, that's a shame. Because you could end up being a vet assistant or something. You could be an assistant to, as well, which is like a quicker way to leverage some of your previous education background, so you can like get a jump start and then do vet assisting, which sounds delightful in my opinion. Also terrifying because animals can be a little. You really wanted to do vet assistance, but it's the nurse of the pet world. Yeah, it is. That's kind of the close, that's kind of the thing. And it's kind of scary because nurses have to do a lot. Oh, there, Dante. Hello. Yeah. They're the heroes. Unfortunately, we already made, Blair, we talked a lot about the service, like the current state of the United States with like service positions. And when you said nurse, that's a very, very deep rabbit hole in every situation. Valentine though wants to do somewhat like that in capacity for optometry. So we'll see how Valentine picks up. I think optometry seems pretty reasonable, especially for private establishments. I'm not sure how it works. I'll probably get a lot more information when Valentine explores their career. I'm actually excited to hear everyone's career because, well, technically I don't have one. So hearing all these different stories and different approaches give me ideas on maybe something that I will decide on in a very near future. Churn asked me yesterday about like where do I get active income, and I was like, I don't. So at some point I will probably have to do something professionally or earn something into something professionally. Wandering the desert though, it's okay. SD, I'm wandering the desert when I'm 37 and I'm wandering the desert. Like someone who I guess I would consider myself above average, how hard I worked. To keep my imposter syndrome at bay, I was like fairly rare. I was a fairly rare type of student or worker. However, here I am wandering the desert. So I don't have to tell you that there are plenty of people who like work retail, right? Who work retail, and I quite literally met a bowling instructor with PhD in biology. This is before I went to college for my bachelor's in science. Some people shared a story with me about their ski instructor being a PhD in biology, so it does happen. And life has a fun way of making it work. So, you know, keep your chin up, keep on brainstorming. Or you can keep asking me for ridiculous ideas until something turns into something interesting. Like the silent French film idea. I'm totally behind that though. Man, if we were friends, I would totally buy a camera and we would totally do black and white film scenes. We'll just see if it works, if it catches on YouTube. That would be really fun. Do I have a Chinese name? I do not. Yeah, I was American born and raised, and my parents decided. Oh, I have a story about this, but the story is, right? I've been asked this question quite a lot. So the story is that my parents decided, oh yeah, they came to the United States, you know, they're Fujianese. Oh wait, I forgot, my parents actually asked me to ask you this when I was on the road trip. It deals with being Chinese, so Chinese language learning right now. But first, about the name. So my father came here on the back of his older siblings, right? My older uncles and all. So he came here. It's the American dream, the iconic American dream where you come here with just your working hands and then you open a restaurant, you know, the Americanized Chinese restaurant. They're Fujianese people. Fujian people. After a year or two, right, both my parents, they were working here. They're like, oh yeah, it's time to have children, at least 2. So when I was born, my parents were like, oh yeah, you know, they need an English name, don't they? So the story goes that they decided, when came the birth certificate, they decided, okay, we'll pick the first name we can pronounce in English very well, and that will just be their name. And then, you know, when my sister was born, they decided, you know, it worked really well with our son, let's just do the same thing for our daughter. And this story is completely made up because it's not actually true. It's not true. Because they actually picked 2 names that they're terrible at pronouncing. Yes. And I'll tell you my first name. I only share this when someone asks if I have a Chinese name. So imagine 2 syllables that are very, very terrible for a Chinese person to try to speak. There are a couple good ones. So the idea is my sister and I, our first names are composed of those terrible syllables, right? So we have the ga, Actually, it's the ger. And then the ger after a e. Now, ask a Chinese person to pronounce that in English, in American English. That is awful. Yeah, that's the name they chose. I I'm gonna I'm gonna have to I asked my parents, like, why did you pick that name? I don't even know that character. What is this character? Oh, let me see. And you can help me because you speak Chinese, so maybe you can brainstorm with me. I literally asked my parents, what is my I asked them when I was a kid, we had to do Heritage Day, right? So they would guy no, yeah, it wouldn't be close. Yeah, there's nothing very close. So my mom sat there when I was in middle school. In middle school, we had to do heritage, right? Heritage project. Basically, you had to ask your parents about their heritage because Americans do that very often in their middle school. So I had to ask my parents. I literally asked my parents, do I have a Chinese name? Right? Do I have a Chinese name? And I specifically remember my mother saying like, and then I'm like, oh no. So they were trying to find out the opinion match for how to pronounce this name. It's Gary, by the way. Gary. And when you think about Gary, even to this day, I know maybe like, I think I know enough, and you're like, do you know? Like, I'm like, and then my mother would be writing characters like, oh, okay, so you just don't know. And then here's another one. My sister's name is 2 syllables. Now the nice thing is it is a flower, so that's okay. And then there's a so it's a flower that you can use the Chinese word for so that it sounds right, but it's not the sound in the English. My sister's name is Lily. Riri? Like, where are you going? Where are you going with this? Parents, please. Where are you going with these names? They're, just so you know, to this day, neither of my parents could pronounce my sister and my name ever. Oh, okay. Let me see these. Let me see these. What?
Rui.
Rui. Oh my gosh. No. Oh no. Oh no.
Rui.
Ray. Oh no. Rary. Oh no. That's actually what my parents sounds like. Yeah, that is what my parents sound like. Yeah, it'd be like Rary. And I would be like Gary. Yeah, so Rary and Gary. Yeah, that would be the closest. Yeah. And those are fairly common. Another one would be like David. Not David, right? So the American name would be David. So David. Try Gary, right? It's more like this, Gary, or like this. Wait. Gary. That's how you get it. You don't think Ga is a normal family name? No, it's not. Oh no, these aren't family names. Sorry. This is not my family name. This is my given name. Our family name is like very, very common. So, but I don't usually share my family. Yeah, my family name is very common. Oh, I thought you were referring to my given name. My given name, because my family name is my parents' name, so it's Chinese. Yeah, I wasn't talking about my surname, which is a very common name. If you're talking about the surname. Actually, my first name, my given name, is a very common English name. It's especially coming out of the 80s. It's a very common first name. And then I don't know where, I didn't ask my parents. It is interesting though. Is it common for Chinese Americans to have two names? I assume so, given every Chinese I met. Yes, it is very common to have two names, except for my parents. My parents decided no. Yeah, and 4 Kevins and 1 Jason. Yes. What are the common English names? Kevin, absolutely. David, Isaac, for whatever reason. Alan, or like an Ivan, something like that. And guess what? You see, there's something wrong here. There's a V, excuse me, V, and then L's and V's, like, and more I's. Like, what are you guys doing to yourself? Like, I mean, I'm not the greatest, I'm not a great like Fujianese speaker or a great Mandarin speaker, but boy, howdy. Why did you choose a we? Huh? Oh god. Name, language, my below. Yeah, so they chose like ick, like at the end, and then D's at the end. Like, I get the N's at the end, but man, heavy L's and V's, like, dang. And I misspelled Ivan. What was another good one? Mike or Michael. Michael. This one's okay. I think Michael gets a victory. Michael gets my point, for sure. And then what are girls' names? Erica with a K, or it's usually with a C. Amy. Or they go with like cute double names a lot of times because it's just the double names sound good. Like Dee. Although that can be very confusing. So it's more like D, which is very confusing if you know enough Chinese. If you're thinking about Chinese, this is very confusing. Why would you call your daughter Dee? Sometimes it's just D, but it gets a little confusing. I'm like, yes, yeah, not Laura. It's not Laura, but I think names are interesting. Oh, my bad. Ga is pronounced a Fujian accent. Nga? Oh, nga. Oh, are you talking about this? Nga? Like new as well. New nga, new, like no. Is that what you mean? The Fujian accent? This thing? Nga, new, ngo. Yeah, I get that too, but I don't think they found it. I have a very, very common first name and an insanely common last name. Oh, I see. So you're John Smith. I mean, like, not in the sense of like Sean McDonald. Sean McDonald. You went with Sean McDonald instead of John Smith? Dang. Dang. My adopted name is surprisingly uncommon. Oh, interesting. Oh, which, by the way, I forgot the question. The question I wanted to ask you, Jiao, are you, do you happen to know Fujianese people, like Fuzhou? I mean, Ga is not common Chinese name, so maybe it's because of the accent. Oh, yeah. It's because of the accent. Yes. It is. Yeah, the G is very, very weird. And then also, obviously, we already know the L and R in English is horrendous between Chinese and English. Oh, interesting. Two? Yeah, Huzhou. Yeah, Huzhou. I don't know about the second one. I'm not sure they use the second one. I actually don't know how Hujin and Huzhou. We're talking about Huzhou being the capital of Hujin, right? Hujin's province, right? So yeah, those two. Both. My family's roots come from Huzhou. So I usually speak Hujiwa. 你係擺聽我講什麼？我講什麼嘛？我講我爸爸見人學賽車，學機彈送我媽咪學香港 right? Actually, I don't know how to say what's 香港 in Fujianese. I think it's still 香港. It's close to 香港. I honestly envy you knowing what your roots are so well. You have a half-completed piece of translated. Not as well as like when I was in middle school. Not as well as like the people who keep their family trees. You know, the European families. They would have like family trees and whatnot. I don't know anything. I barely know anything about my grandparents. Like beyond that. My investment in my parents is largely due to the nature that I grew up with my parents. You only had an online friend who is Fujianese? I see. Yeah, dude, the family tree, like, I kid you not. When my class report came up, like, we had to do honors projects over the summer. And not only do I have a language barrier, right, with my family, I have a poor language barrier because when I was younger, I'm a PEP. I have English and I barely developed my Fujianese out of like interest, right? So it was very difficult to talk to them already. And my grandparents are in China. Or actually, I think they were residing in Hong Kong at the moment. It was either Hong Kong or China. And they almost nearly exclusively speak in Fujianese. And zero, like absolutely zero English. So it's either Fujianese or Mandarin. And you know, I'm a middle school kid, so I was unable to do either of that. And my parents, I had a language barrier. And then in between that, you know, I look at the next kid and they have like this heckin' masterpiece of a family tree, and it goes back like 4 generations. And I'm like, I don't even know what my aunt and uncle's names are. I call them aunt and uncle. I'm like, this is how I refer to them when I talk to my parents. It's like, oh, we have a wedding to attend this year. It's like, oh, okay, is it aunt number 1 or is it aunt number 2? And then is it aunt number 1's number 1 son, or is it aunt number 2's number 1 daughter? That's how we negotiate. And my father, my paternal side, my father's side is very, very big. And I still have yet, I did sort out a lot of my like first cousins. These are my first cousins, right? I did sort out a lot of my first cousins' names, like their English names. However, that's how it happens. It's like, oh, this is, I call my first aunt Big Aunt. And then I call my aunt-in-law second big aunt. Second big aunt, because they're married to my big uncle. And that's the literal translation, by the way. It is the literal translation, the title we give to the family members, like, you know, die, known, known, you know, 小大大里，笑里，最笑里，最笑里，阿姨。That there's no the order is what matters, I suppose, you know. I go back 3 generations and Gone with the Wind. I see. Bad American history reasons make it kind of impossible to track that, though. Unfortunate. Yes, and also my family's name, my family's last name changed by the way it immigrated, like how they immigrated to the United States. So when you read it with English pronunciation, you know, the Roman characters that are represented with it, it would not give you the family name of the region they came from. However, because I mentioned Hong Kong, if you know your Cantonese, and then you're a ABC, or you're someone who's born in the United States but also know Cantonese, then you will figure out that my family name is very common. The only way, the surefire way you'll know is when you get my parents and I to pronounce our last name in Chinese and not in English. If you pronounce it in English, there was no way you will be able to understand where we came from. So it's all part of the immigration process, I suppose. There's a take in China. Fujianese are the most interested in moving to the US. Yes. Fujianese is the most recent wave. So my parents' gen is part of the big migration, the second big migration. So after the West Coast settlement in California and stuff, one of the second biggest waves of recent year, like within my lifetime, within our lifetime, is Fujianese, and specifically Fujianese in the East Coast. This coincides with the business model. It's one of the biggest. It's a very well-known thing. The biggest thing when you think of Americanized Chinese food. It's one of the biggest industries of diaspora, of Chinese diaspora. And right now, the current generation of Fujianese from the big migration are run by this. So my parents also ran American Chinese restaurants. It was before, this came after the first wave, which dealt with the settlers in Western California, or west, on the West Coast. And they established a lot of these things too, and then now it's even more amplified by a even bigger migration. So those are my parents. My parents are the generation so they ran Chinese restaurants. They ran American nice takeout Chinese restaurants. It's one of the biggest like consistent stories about Chinese, second generation Chinese. As my like classical birth and growth in the United States is summarized by the second gen of the Fujianese Great Migration. So that's, and if you read any of those stories or any of those documentaries, I'm gonna tell you that if you're gonna ask me any of those questions, most of them are true. Like what I mean is I quite fit to the T. If you talk about like, oh yeah, being in subsidized housing like in Chinatown, in China villages, you know, like subsidiary houses crammed in. My mother worked as a seamstress on the side when my father worked the restaurant, because it's usually the men who end up becoming the chefs, right? And then my mom worked in a seamstress place, you know, doing creating clothing and whatnot, and then turning over a low profit while they're being sold for a large profit, that kind of thing. You have the entire thing. The one thing that violates the difference for me is my family actually decided to move away from bilingual places. So we ended up going to a place where my English then developed. The one thing that is slightly different is that I'm very, very English dominant for earlier in my life, because actually we moved away from the cultural hub. We moved away from New York City. So then I lost my capacity to speak Mandarin. Like I did not get enough immersion and or incentive to keep Mandarin. And now I'm 37 years old and I'm trying to learn Mandarin again. So that's kind of the long story. I'm not sure how much my cousins know how to read Mandarin, but they can certainly speak Mandarin better than I can. And that happens a lot with diaspora. There's a weakening of Mandarin, especially Chinese, because the incentive to speak Chinese is unfortunately isolated. Even now, right? Jiao talking to you is a rare occasion for me. Like, it's very, very rare that ABCs, like American-born Chinese, can connect with international Chinese. There's like a really, really big cultural barrier as well that has to overcome, largely because of how isolated you have the non-Chinese world, like sphere, right, which is arguably centralized in the United States, and then you have the Chinese sphere, and then Chinese American relations are not quite fantastic. So whenever the opportunity presents itself, it's super rare. And my family has made the transition from being diaspora to me, which now I'm no longer. I'm like, if I have children here, they are kind of not diaspora anymore, because they would be 2 generations removed. And I love preserving that. So maybe, I hope that times would change, like times may change in the future where people, I was talking to my father about this when I was learning Mandarin, right? I was telling him, like, why did I choose to learn Mandarin now? Or like, how do I feel about being a Chinese diaspora that do not have an incentive to speak Mandarin or encourage other people to want to learn Mandarin, largely because the people who are involved, who are bigger than me, more powerful and more influential than me, are encouraging segregation. So it's tough, right? I would love the idea that more people are interested in Mandarin, not even necessarily Chinese Mandarin, right? Not necessarily Chinese Mandarin, but even a Mandarin that can build locally, right? I speak Fujianese, so even in China, there are dialectic differences. And that is also a very contentious point. English is incredibly heavily regionalized because English is accessible by many people all around the world. So I always joke about and talk about comparing. I actually explained it, and hear me out. This is going to be a hot take. This is a really, really hot take, and I think I'm okay with saying this. Here's the hot take, or hot takes. I told my father, I really enjoy learning both Japanese and Chinese because if you work hard, there is an agreement on a more closed off image of what the language should sound like. So the system itself that is maintaining the image, like Japan and China, is still, the barrier is still very solid. So yes, there's a lot to learn, right? There are a lot of characters, there are a lot of phonemes and morphemes, etc. But it has an image. Now, when I try to relate to my parents' efforts in trying to learn English, they more or less have psychologically decide to abandon it, and that's perfectly fine because I'm here, that I'm very used to interpreting ever since I was like 10. So in English, the barrier is like this. You have like 6 different spheres, right? Everyone has their regional English. And then you start thinking, I was trying to give my father an analogy to feel what it's like, because the mentality is different. While you have this idea of, oh, it should be said this way, or it's reasonably said this way when you're saying Japanese and Chinese, the moment you switch to English, you're like, nah, we don't say it that way. And then you talk to someone else, it's like, nah, we don't say, like, your English is taught really poorly. And then, you know, another person's like, dude, Americans have terrible English classes. And then suddenly Americans are like, but your English doesn't sound like our English. So what happened in the long run is, here's an example. And I've tested this already socially myself. When I took all the people who say American has garbage English teachers, right? And I asked them, okay, so tell me, in separate sessions, right? I asked them, what do you think your ideal English class should be like? What should it sound like? And of those 10, not one of them agree on what their ideal English class is. As in, what I mean is they are not consistent between the 10 that says there should be an ideal English class unit. Now, I know there's definitely some noise in Chinese, and there's also some noise in Japanese, but it doesn't look like this when it comes to English. So now here comes the mentality issue. When someone like a Japanese person and Chinese person tries to learn English, their thought is there's a image of an English. And when they look at this image, they think, oh yeah, my English is really bad. Like, it kind of sucks, because they're looking at an image, in my opinion, that rarely exists. To me, what feels like an American English speaker is you always feel like your English is garbage. Unless you're like 0.1%, you know, a linguistic person who's in creative writing, who's like the Shakespeare of our time, you know, that collective 1% there. I think in general, the feeling is your English kind of feels like garbage because, like, what does it look like? What I've written quite a lot of like scientific papers and reviewed scientific papers, and even then when I look at it, I'm like, ugh, I'm not even sure if that I wouldn't use that as like, hey, you should learn from this guy. This is how you write English. I'm like, nah, it could be better. Sometimes I feel like it isn't. And English tend to assimilate other nationalities. I told my father, here's an interesting observation. You can tell where the person's heritage is by how they English a lot of times. So what I mean is, if you spend enough time with English and you listen to someone who is multilingual, you can absolutely tell where their English is, and not even by their accent alone. I'm not even talking about their accent alone. Like, English is flexible enough that it captures the tendency of the stuff. Like, sometimes I structure my English like I'm speaking Fujianese. So, but it doesn't sound grammatically, it's not grammatically incorrect. The thing is, there's a tendency, like I tend to always state my times in the beginning of my sentence. Some people have a habit of stating at the end. In fact, there are quite a lot of people who put their verbs further down the sentence. So even outside of accents, your pattern is also different, and it gives you a lot of flavor. Meanwhile, in Chinese and in Japanese, they're like, dude, don't you dare put that predicate there. And that's so here's what I mean by the difficulty. So a lot of times people talk about it's a two-way problem, but it's not quite how I feel about especially English to Chinese and Chinese to English. One direction, English is like, whatever, we're just used to feeling out our sentences because it's very flexible. And then you suddenly enter Chinese and you're like, rules, stop making random tone changes. You're not speaking English anymore. So you're training yourself. You have to train yourself to be like, you can't just decide all willy-nilly to say sarcastic like this and still be understood, because if you do this in Chinese, you're gonna get slapped, right? So you have to control it. You have to be more disciplined, right? Because there's an image now. In English, it's like, I don't know, sometimes I speak with a slur and that's okay. All right, that kind of thing. It wouldn't necessarily change English. Now, if you're going the other way, when a Chinese speaker tries to hit English, oftentimes they try to focus on structure, right? Structure. So then you get all this bubbling. And then you find out that when someone says, okay, and then another person says, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. And then another person says, yeah, okay. 2 dots. It's like, yeah, okay. And you're the Chinese person, the one that has structure, right, tonality, they would say, okay, so I hear 1 tone. Okay, I hear 2 tones. 3 collection of tones. And then I hear like 4 collection of tones. Do they all mean the same thing? Or do they not mean the same thing? And then you go to an English speaker and you're like, well, it depends. Are you speaking to an American? And if you're speaking to American, are you speaking to someone who's in their 20s, or are you speaking to someone who's in their 30s? And if you're speaking to American, what region? Because when someone says, yeah, okay, is that a good or a bad thing? And then you're thinking, Well, Americans don't use tonality. They don't understand tonality. They do, in my opinion. They actually understand a lot about tonality. It's just, it's willy-nilly. There's no form. Like, no one's saying the rule to sound apathetic is, yeah, okay. Or, yeah, okay. Or like, oh, okay. Right? Like, there's no, like, form. But in Chinese, it's so nice. Like, in my opinion. Sorry. This is from I guess, an Asian American, I guess an American-born Chinese who's reliving and trying to relearn Mandarin to some extent, and I absolutely love it. Like, when you say like a certain structure, whenever I talk to a Chinese person, right, or any Chinese person, like Taiwanese, Taiwanese and Malaysian Chinese and like mainland Chinese, the responses are relatively similar. Even though there's some separation, it's relatively similar. Like, oh yeah, you say this, and I'm like, oh well, okay, I'll remember it. Meanwhile, my parents are like, can I use okay like this? And let me give you some sauce on this Chinese bit. When my parents learned the word amigo, they think amigo was originally English. But they knew that was coming from Sibanya, right? Sibanya人, right? A person that's Spanish, but that's not technically Spain people. It's Mexican. It's Hispanic Spanish. So you get to the point where, like, now you're entering the second language, right? The second language that has the very similar issue, because it is the second most separated, diverse language. And what I mean by that is by users, not by heritage. I'm talking about by users. The profile of Spanish is even wider too. It's second to English. So you're going from a language that is incredibly crunched to the point where, like, the government and the governing body wants to standardize it. Japanese is the same, right? You want to standardize it and keep it sharp and disciplined. And you're going to two languages that are, oh boy, I know Brazil, the Brazil peeps are gonna get mad at me for not bringing up Portuguese, but that's what happens with bigger expanded languages. So I don't know. You've heard that a lot, actually, people simplifying their names to make it easier to pronounce, or just outright change it. Yes, pretty much. Yeah, definitely change it to simplify it. That's common with Hispanic Americans as well. Yep, exactly. I sorry, I didn't read your post, but I was going to go into this spiel about Spanish as well because of diaspora and whatnot. It follows by the extent of the language. So it's pretty sweet. It's like I'm living two different worlds when I'm learning Chinese. Like, when I'm learning Mandarin, it feels like it's a different aspect of language learning that is so refreshing. Because when you're learning English, I feel like, hear me out, I'm not saying you should do this or anything or whatever works for you. For myself, I quite literally do the opposite of what I do now. Like, your SRS training, if you learn the vocabulary, you can kind of get a semblance of, like, if you look at vocabulary, if you listen to a lot of vocabulary, if you're listening to pinyin and stuff, you kind of get an idea. If you study all your characters, you can read stuff, right? I made this comment, and it's a really hot one. I told my father, imagine telling a Chinese person that if you learn the alphabet in the United States, right? When you learn the alphabet, somehow that helps you read English. it doesn't. It might actually make it even worse trying to sort it out that way. Like here I'm using wanikani, right? And then I'm going to use something, I am, the teaser is I'm going to also use Hanzu Hero as well. But the idea is when you practice, you practice hard. You like learn all the characters and stuff. It feels so good because now that you're typing, when you're like typing in Mandarin, I'm like, it's so awesome to be able to read it. Actually, Blair talked about how she felt really great the moment she could actually voice and read the hiragana. I don't think it's the same for the alphabet. So if you're a kid and you're like, yay, I learned my ABC, now I can go read words. Don't even it doesn't help you. Like if you spend like, maybe if you start kindergarten and you learn the IPA format for like the next 3 years, you might be able to like say like, yeah, I learned something that I can use to read. So I told my parents, like, as a consensus, like, if you treat learning English the way you learn Chinese, that's where the language, to me, that's the hot take. That's where the learning difficulties come from. I don't necessarily think it's dealing with the volume or the frequency or like how much someone can handle, like their brain can handle. I think the volume is very generous. Learning, like my thought is, wow, you learn 3,000 characters. It's like, that sounds very reasonable. Meanwhile, I'm trying to think, and then, you know, a lot of people would say, well, there's a limitless amount of traditional characters. You can limit, yes. And then I think about, I don't know how many English words there are if you even call them English words. And also, you don't know how to pronounce any of them that you don't know. Because you have to discover the pronunciation again. Like, you have to discover and memorize the pronunciation. At least in my opinion, when you go and look at a Chinese character, you have an odds and a chance of getting an idea of what it sounds like, how it's written, and also possibly what it means. In English, it's like, I swear you just put letters together. Like, I swear, you just jumbled a bunch of letters together, and then you created up a pronunciation, and then that's just how it's gonna sound from now on. Like, you just know. If you don't know, you don't know. Sorry, I'm ranting a lot. I think it's okay for me to distinguish these tones. I think it's okay for me. I like it. By the way, Yao, I hiccup. By the way, just for the record, I speak with an intonation, intentional intonation when I'm speaking English. It's largely because I think intonation, like tonality in English, is very powerful. Like right now, I'm kind of like raising my voice in a very specific way and ending my sentences in a very specific way in order to create an emotion. And if you do this really, really strongly with Japanese and Chinese, you might end up affecting the, like, can possibly be affecting, because you have to keep it locked in a little bit. You have to like lock it in a little bit so that it doesn't affect too much of your pitch accent in Japanese and too much of your tonality. In English, I don't know. You can sound drunk for all you care. You know, like right now I could just start slurring all my words and blending them all together, and maybe you can probably sound some more like a person in the outback, you know? Like, I have no idea, but you can probably still understand what I'm saying if I'm just slurring all the words together, right? So that, in my honest opinion, is why I find learning Mandarin, if anyone's interested, I'm gonna plug Mandarin right now, but I also want to plug Japanese. when you learn Japanese and you learn Mandarin and you discover that these things exist in some part of English, it's so much fun also seeing how English has kind of inherited all of these things. Like, what I mean is, if you're not Asian American, like if you're not Chinese American like me, you might not even care about paying attention to someone's intonation, like their tones, when they're saying okay and okay and okay. But to me, when I get to talk to someone, right, not in text form or anything, but there's ways to represent it in text form, right? Like, I see the difference between someone that says okay, and most people see it too when you write that's okay and that's okay without ... right? That's kind of similar imitation of when you're talking to someone in real life or like IRL. You can hear them say like, that's okay. I'm like, I see. It's only that's okay, right? It's not a that's okay? Oh, all right. That's fair. See, I'm saying that's fair, but I'm curious how many people end up figuring out the difference between my, oh, that's fair, versus, oh, that's fair. Because I think, in my opinion, English speakers intuit this now. They intuit this feeling, and oftentimes it's misunderstood. It's completely misunderstood because there are no rules about intonation. There's no rules about tonality. So if I'm shouting right now, am I excited or am I angry? I don't know anymore. I kid you not, I don't know anymore. When I go on a stream and I hear someone yelling, bruh, like really loud, I'm not sure if that person's angry or upset or excited. Like, the rules are wild. So in Chinese, you have rules. You have things like, this is tone 1, this is tone 2. When you want to express, when you try not to call your mother a horse, you use tone 3. And in English, you're like, you know, you sit here and you're gonna watch someone like give a professional speech, and I'm like, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to be excited about this. This guy just sounds like middle of the road. And then all of a sudden you go outside and you watch a TED Talk or something. It's like, wow, oh my gosh, why wasn't this so exciting before? Like, man, this guy, the way this guy speak, I just want to learn everything about particle physics right now. English. Like, that's at least my opinion. So the content creators, in my opinion, has this like fantastic way of demonstrating that if you want to learn English, you pick as many favorite people as you want, and you hope the combination of like the 20 or 30 people you're used to is good enough for you to guess at what people are saying in English and learn from there, as opposed to like sitting there and say, this is how you pronounce could. This is how you pronounce I am happy. Meanwhile, you say, you hear someone say like, dude, I'm happy. And then the person's like, oh, so they're happy. It's like, no. That person was just saying, I am happy. It's like if you say, I am happy in like a low pitch across the board, right? That's like, I don't believe it. Like, are you happy? Are you? Or, oh, are you happy? Okay. Or like, oh, are you happy? Like that. So it's terrifying in my opinion. I think it's terrifying if you don't have intuition about this. And what I mean by this is it's okay. I'm so bad at this, but it's okay to be confused, in my opinion, because in English you're going to have to talk through confusion. You're going to have to say more than exactly what you need to say. I gave my parents an example in Japanese. You can even, my favorite one is wearing to wear. Okay? In Japanese, you have to specify a word that wears something on the head, the body. Okay, this guy's a little butch. And then the lower body. And your hands, separate things, right? In English, you're like, you're gonna wear that on your hat, on your head? And then you're like, oh, you're wearing that on your head. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. You're wearing that on your head. Right? There's no distinction other than the idea that you have to pick up the tone that one person is like, why are you wearing that on your head? And the other person is saying, oh, okay, I didn't know you wear that on your head. And then the last person is like, oh, okay, that's pretty normal. And then, what do you say? You have to ask the person, what do you mean? What do you mean you have to wear that on your head? Like, don't people wear this on their head? Right? You have to explain, right? You have to be descriptive. It's a descriptor language. And what I like about learning Japanese and Mandarin is that a lot of that nuance is captured in the sentence. Like, they're trying to explain, like, oh, this is how you stay casual. Oh, this is how you're more formal. I'm like, what the? I know that there are some rules in English that makes things sound a little more casual or more formal, but man, those rules, they just go out the window all the time. And then let me read the rest. Lots of the parents don't teach their kids Spanish, so they don't have accents when they speak English, which doesn't really stop that. It's more environmental, yeah, and so they can assimilate better or be American, yeah. Be more American. Actually, I would love to hear what it's like. I genuinely want to interview international students from like Japan and China. By the way, this is a YouTube channel. Multiple YouTube channels do this already, but personally, I would love to join in, asking Chinese and Japanese students, or like even older adults, like, do any of this matter to you? Like the things I'm pointing out, like it matters to me. Like, it's so hard to not hear the tone changes in people's English. And it's something that I love to watch YouTube for, right? And it's the reason why I like voice acting and listening to video games and listening to music and stuff. I like hearing like people's tonal English being different. And even though I suck at identifying where they're coming from because I have no idea, I don't attach any of the tones and the accents, quote unquote, pitch tone changes to a region, it's really fun to identify people by their voices, by their English. And in Chinese, there is that to a lot of extent, but it's more like functionally. So like what I mean is Fuzhou is unintelligible, right? Because it's segregated by tonal changes. English is not unintelligible by default most of the time because those tonal changes don't have functionality. They don't have like meaningful or significant functionality to a lot of people. I think my favorite thing about This is a weird flex. Sorry, folks. Weird flex alert. Because I like Mandarin and I speak Fujianese, I like encouraging people to use that aspect of English to their advantage. So how do you sound deliberately interesting to someone else, like you yourself? How can you identify what you sound like? Because if you give me like a couple of days, I don't mind listening to Chinese English, because you kind of have to. Like in the science field, you know, when internationals gather, and then there's like a whole array of accents, quote unquote accents. To me, that just sounds like different variations of English, because after a while you know what they're saying, and it's not like they're gonna dramatically change the way they're gonna speak in a while, largely because they inherited and combined their parental language or whatever other languages they have. I had one person in my entire streaming session able to pick up, I'm not sure how much they guessed, but they knew where my parents were based on the collective knowledge of my English and my Mandarin that is not even great, right? So that's pretty cool. I think that's cool. I'm not sure if you can do that with I'm pretty sure you can do that with Japanese from other people. Like, for example, it would be cool if a Chinese person, right? If a bunch of people like to learn Chinese, like in the United States or something, which is not true, because of, you know, geopolitical reasons and whatnot. There's not a high incentive. But the people, it would be interesting to ask someone who's a trained person from China to listen to different Mandarin speakers who are Chinese, who are second-gen Chinese around the United States, and if they can pick out the differences between the people. I can assure you, I sound like a East Coast Asian, like I sound like an East Coast Chinese American, because when you get to the West Coast, it's very different. not even the, like, if they, not even just the English that they speak, the Mandarin sounds different as well, at least to me in my ear. So that's pretty cool. There are enough speakers out there that there are regional differences, and I think that's beautiful. Some people might say that's a nightmare for language learners, and I totally agree. So what's also beautiful also sucks, right? Like, have you ever asked yourself, I'm sure Jiao has asked himself, who should I listen to learn English from? And I'm like, I'm sorry, dude. Listen to as many people as you can. Maybe the ones you care about, and everyone who like teaches you stuff, people who pay you, your boss. Listen to those people, because they're probably going to be around you more often. A stranger on the internet, maybe if you really, really like their content. And then meanwhile, when I'm learning Mandarin and Japanese, the first thing that people say is go listen to a native speaker, as though like you'll probably get it by listening to a couple of native speakers, because they'll be reasonably close enough. Like, yeah, you just need to listen to a couple of natives. Just keep listening to a couple of native speakers. When I think about English, I'm like, you could listen to a lot of a very specific type of native speakers, and it would not probably help you with listening to a lot of different native speakers. So when someone says like, oh, you use YouTube to learn English, learn the English that is around you, in my opinion. But what does that look like? I don't know. Do you want to visit the Northeast, like the Northeast region of the United States? Do you want to go to the UK? Do you want to go to Germany or something? You probably want to listen to their type of English, because that's probably the normal thing. I agree. Like, I can easily understand when my algo professor speaks, but network not. Yeah, exactly. It's so fascinating, isn't it? I find that when I listen to Chinese, I can't discern that yet. So it's not because I'm not sure if I can't hear it, or like Chinese is very consistent. It's great. I think it's wonderful to learn a language that is so inherently consistent enough that a little bit of change, right? Like boo being held all the time could distinguish between Malaysian Chinese and mainland Chinese. And my thought is, man, if you change this, English wouldn't even notice. Like, you wouldn't even notice if this changed. Like, for example, the definition of a word no longer means the same definition. You wouldn't even notice it anymore. Like, SD could tell me tomorrow that facts are fake. As in, when someone say facts means fake, I would be like, oh, okay, I guess that's what we're doing now. Like, I guess I should go and tell my I guess I'm gonna go and tell my Chinese friend that, remember that when someone says facts and it's isolated, it means fake. And then they're like, oh, okay, but what does it mean in a sentence? It means it's real. Oh. Okay, I guess that makes sense. It's like, no, it doesn't make sense. Sorry. Bye. Here's a real example. I just got one of the fun things I talked to Blair about. I had to figure out what Ohio meant. I thought Ohio was a state. Right? It's like, no, it's not a state, but it is a state, but it's not a state here. And then she made a Blair typed out Ohio as in for Ohio, and immediately I thought to myself, like, maybe last year I thought this is what they meant by Ohio, as in Ohio, as in Ohio, as in oh hi in English. And it was like a comment on how English speakers pronounce Japanese words, or what they think they hear. Oftentimes English speakers, when they're not learning Japanese, they think it sounds like Ohio, not Ohio, right? Ohio. So, and it's not any of these. It's not any of these. I'm still not sure what it means. It does deal with the state, though. It does deal with the state. So, I kind of know what it means. So, Florida. This is what I mean by learning English online. Florida. So, Florida is 奇怪, 很奇怪, okay? Florida is 很奇怪. Because Florida is 很奇怪. When you say Florida, it means the thing is weird. But somehow, at some point, Ohio became one of those states. So now when you say Ohio, you might be implying that something is 很奇怪. Sorry, I had to throw in some Chinese because this is literally what I said to my father. Like, because I couldn't express, like, he doesn't know the word weird, or like, weird. And I was like, how do you say weird? So I just said 奇怪, the whole point. So, Florida means weird, as in for now, temporarily. So there is a meaning that there are weird things that happen in Florida, and not in like a bad or a good way. It's weird. Florida is eccentric, as in like lots of weird things happen in Florida. So when people say like, you know, if I held, like, for example, this is a real example from my friend, one of my friends. When he's holding his pen, right, it looks like this, or like I can't really do it, but he writes like this, like he moves like this. His hand is like up, like in the air, and you could call that a Florida grip. That's something I had to learn. And at the time, there was a transition, Ohio grip, as well. So at some point, these words used to be names, but now they're adjectives. Yeah. And there are also a meme about Florida and China. Yeah, I could probably meet. Yeah. So you have to keep up with these things, at least online. So it's fun. Like, it's supposed to be fun. I'm sorry if I don't want to like sound I'm out of my element. I'm way out of date. So my English is my English is like 20 years old, basically. I'm learning all of these things because I think it's really interesting. It's like a very interesting thing that happens online when it comes to language, and especially English. English changes so much online, and it feels like when I get online, if you're a language learner, it can be scary at first, and then when you get bored, just when you think, in my opinion, this is very subjective, just when you think English gets boring, you hop on YouTube and you hop into a Twitch chat and you realize English is not that boring anymore. At least from a learning perspective. You're like, well, I get the gist. Like, I vibe what's happening. But when I read the language, I no longer could explain what I'm vibing with. Like, I'm like, everyone's yelling, it's kind of like going to here's my Japanese version. It's kind of like going to a Japanese stream and all you see is this. You know exactly what I mean. I'm exaggerating, obviously, but at one time someone says something and the whole screen is just this. Tao. Yes. The whole screen is Tao. And I'm like, yep. Or I think this is a Brazilian thing. Oh man, I need Tio to back me up. Or like just this, maybe. Or like, I don't remember, but that's the closest thing I can think of, right? That's kind of like what English is now. So I hope one day that I get to be able to join in with that in Chinese or Japanese, you know. I'm like, oh, I get it. I totally get you. I got a few Japanese puns recently in when I was watching comedy. I was watching comedy in a Japanese comedy, especially Osaka. Osaka comedy, right? Or let's just use this notation. Osaka comedy. I got one of the puns and I was very proud of myself. It was one of the fun moments of learning Japanese, right? I finally understand a pun. I have yet to understand a Chinese pun. That isn't a pun because there's an English pun in it. So I've yet, but it'll happen sooner or later because I believe. You're not sure if it's consistent for non-CN speakers? Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I don't know. I'm very curious what type of English you relate. Like do I sound different from, since you're East Coast, because you already told me yesterday you already told me what region you're from. I probably sound fairly similar to whoever your professor and stuff are, because regionally, if you're like anywhere in either above a certain state or below a certain state on the East Coast, there are largely two very generalizable type of diction. So you don't have that, unless you hit the South. But I imagine my English isn't destructive. However, whenever I listen to West Coast, it can get a little destructive. All right. I'm done. Oh man, I can talk about these all day long. I love talking about language learning. Like, if you're not having fun, I'm not. Okay, you can decide if I'm bashing. You're from the mid East, far from East Coast? Oh, really? Oh, wait. Like, how are you in the same time zone? Oh, you're in the that region. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. That still counts as the East Coast. Don't worry about it. I meant the East Coast region. So, like, unless. Nah, no, you're in the Midwest. It's fine. It doesn't make sense. Don't worry about it. If I had to guess, right? Here's the north. The Northeast region includes the Midwest. When I'm talking about the English part. So this is the Midwest. I know the Midwest. Why is this called the Midwest? There is a reason. I know what the reason is, but I don't want to talk about it. It deals with like how annexation worked back in English, like American history. Why this region is called the Midwest. But yeah, it's west of the mountains, the Appalachians. Wait, the Appalachian? No. How do people say it? I say Appalachians. I say Appalachian Mountains, but I swear I heard Hank Green. I'm calling Hank Green out. No, I don't. No, I hope Hank Green never sees my videos, or John Green, but I'm pretty sure he says Appalachian differently. Yeah, but like Hank Green says it in a very particular way that when he says it, I'm like, I can't even like come up with it. Like, it's almost like he said that he mouthed the words, but a different sound came out. It kind of reminds me of like what is that Spanish monster or Hispanic monster? No. Chupacabra. It kind of like when they pronounce Appalachian as like a super creepy vibe, like a chupacabra or something. I'm like, a what? And then I say Appalachian, but like Appalachian, I don't know. But this is the Midwest. Yeah, I'm. If you're saying the Mid East, it's the Midwest. I know. Is that confusing? Do you think it's confusing, Jiao? How confused are you that this is called the Midwest, and it's like, I'm calling this the East Coast region. And then it's separated down here in the South East Coast region. And then meanwhile, most maps and annexations would call this the Midwest. Welcome to the United States, by the way, Zhao. I hope you stay. You like I divide everything from Texas. Yeah, Blair's from Texas. It's my first time to hear about that Midwest. Yeah, that's that's how if you're not like smiling from this, you have not become Americanized yet. However, if you're smiling about it and you're laughing about it and you're like, man, Americans do be Americans, then welcome to the United States. You're becoming Americanized. Because sometimes, yes, it's very chaotic and stressful to not agree on things and have lots of opinions in a country that have so many opinions. However, it is also a place where so many things can coexist and be chaotically fun at the same time. So if you have an opinion, personally, you can definitely say weird things here, provided, like, I don't know, if Twitch and YouTube doesn't get angry and whatnot. But I love when people point out things about Chinese people, about Japanese. I know it's not as comfortable in a face culture, right? Like, my parents wouldn't say these things about themselves, but for me, I'm like fairly Americanized, so I like being aware of these weird things, even admitting and conceding to the weirdness, but at the same time, it creates a very comforting feeling that's like, oh yeah, you're not the only one that think this is odd. 很奇怪. I think that's gonna be my catchphrase from now on as a Chinese. Maybe Midwest is the west of mid. Yeah, but the United States, the mid of west would be like here, right? Because this part is the west. This is where I think the United States is at a country shape. Florida. Okay. Oh, and Texas. Hold up. I need to account for Texas and Florida, and then Maine. Okay. All right. We're fixing this. All right. Here's Florida. Here's the Texas like thing. All right. Fine, guys. Fine. Where did Alabama and Georgia go? What did I... Yeah, so it's kind of funny. I like it. Alright, if you're not having fun, get out. I'm kidding. Sorry. I feel like that's why I always thought Seattle and New York were closer than opposite sides of the country. I know, right? Yeah, squished. Yeah, squished. Alright. It was lovely. I hope some of you had some laughs. I'm sure people are gonna say, but this is that. It's like I know. And there are times when you gotta laugh at how silly human beings are. And I think language is something that is going back to language learning. I think that's what makes learning a language so much fun. Like when you get so tired and get so fed up with being accurate and constantly like drilling and whatnot, you gotta laugh sometimes, right? You gotta get a little silly. You gotta celebrate the things you know and the things you gotta point out. Like, I kid you not, I already told this story a little bit. Today, it was in the beginning of my session. I asked my father, how do you say yo and 左, right? Yo, like 右边 and 左边. And I kid you not, the first thing he did was, oh, 左 is this way and 也 is this way. And I'm like, wait, whoa. One sounds like this and you just pointed in the opposite direction. I'm like, wait. Are you telling me Fujianese just flip this thing? It's like, no. See, this is 左 and this is 也. I'm like, you did it again. Like, what is happening? And then after I said it again, I'm like, no. This is yo. This is 左. It's like, yeah. So 左 is this way and 也 is this way. And I'm like, okay, all right, I'm fine. All right, That's okay. It's just normal human beings confusing left from right and right from left. Perfectly normal day. Perfectly normal day. Migi, hidari. Migi, hidari. One day, I think the rite of passage, when you think you're fluent, like when you start getting fluent in a language, I swear you're gonna mix up left and right because humans are weird. Hear me out here. Hear me out. One of the weirdest things, like here's my joke, right? You know you become, my joke as a language learner, you become fluent in a secondary language or in another language, right? In another language, when your logic gets mixed up by ignoring the language. So like if you already do the human propensity, right? Here's my joke. If you do a human propensity, like, oh yeah, man, you tell someone, sometimes I always feel like I always get mixed up with my left and my right. Like whenever I say right, or say left, I raise my right hand a lot of times. And then suddenly you're like, hidari and migi. Oh, and by the way, because you're on the camera, my right hand is actually my right hand is on the left and my left hand is on the right. Right? Hold up. Yes. So this is my left hand, which you're seeing on the right. So for the record, right? Hidari, migi. It's actually migi, hidari, right? Yo, 左, right? 左小, 右小, right? Call me crazy. I think it'll happen. I'm just saying. One day you're gonna look down on your clutch, right? On your foreign clutch, and you thought your R was your forward, and you rear end someone by going backwards. I'm kidding. That was a bad driver. That was an Asian being bad driver. Joke. Just kidding. The R and the P are, the R and the neutral and stuff are still in the same place. Actually, that makes me think. Do cars still have D and R and N in China? In Japan? Or do they use like a picture? Wait, hold up. I just realized I don't know this. I don't know this thing. What's on the clutch of Japanese car? It's not really the clutch, but not the literal clutch. I mean the, like, what do you call it? The gear stick? I don't know what you call it. Oh, okay, that works. That's good enough. No, that's just numbers. Wait. What is that thing called? The gearbox? Gear shifter. No. Oh, okay, here it is. Wait. Oh. Oh. Well, there you go. Sorry, I know you can't see anything, but I forgot to ask myself a long time ago. China right, Japan left. Oh, China right. Oh no, I'm talking about yeah. I'm talking about yeah. So, do they change the text? Like, what I mean is when you look down on your car, right, this thing, and you're looking at a stick, right, the stick that sticks out, or like the thing on the side that sticks out, Do the cars have N, D, and R, or do they do like what is it in the car? What is in the Chinese version? Is it like drive? The character for drive? I don't. Kai. Kai. Oh, it's also N and D and R. Oh, okay. I was like, do they have like Kai Che? I don't know what. How do you rear? No, just letters. Oh, okay, okay. I'm not sure about Japanese either. We would need to ask the Japanese person. I literally these are the real questions. Honestly, these are real questions. What if you get into a Japanese car and you're like, dude, which one's drive? I don't think it's probably still NDNR, but these are important questions, guys. Yeah, you know, that's a valid question. Here, hear me out. Hear me out. Here's another one. Here's another one. When you go to a microwave, right? When you go to a microwave, what is written on these buttons? Right? I know, at least in lots of videos of Japanese convenience stores, these may not appear in English by default or use Roman character shortcuts. They are most definitely, a lot of them are in Japanese. So I imagine in Chinese it's the same, right? So you need to know these things. If I don't see Japanese characters for numbers, I'll be sad. Yeah, true. I saw a stick, by the way. I saw a stick, a gear stick. You know, like 1, 2, 3, or I don't know how gear. I know nothing about manual transmission because I can't drive manual transmission anymore. I noticed that some of these get replaced by it might be like a custom or something, but I do notice that some of them have like custom ones where it would have like 1, 2, 3, and 4, like 1 2 3 4 4 and like each ni san yon, right? But I'm not sure if that's standard, right? After watching like racing movies and stuff, but for like car enthusiasts stuff, I've noticed that you could see those. And yes, I know the gear shift is like this a lot of times. This is 1 2 3 4 5 6. I know. I didn't say I know a lot about cars. I might have, actually. Just 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 2 complexity. Ah, I see. Okay, so you still do the Roman. Yeah, because I noticed that for the most part, Roman, I'm not Roman, Arabic. Sorry, Arabic. I keep saying Roman. The Arabic numbers have been used in general for like even like, you know, right? Like you would do this, right? Use Arabic numbers, and Japanese does the same thing. So Arabic numbers for the win. Roman numerals. Imagine Roman numerals. Yikes. Yikes. I would take Roman numerals. I would take using cha. Right? I would take this system and have to use cha. Oh no. Is that cha? Yeah. Cha over Roman numerals any day. You know, the 15 minutes to 7 o'clock over having to do it in imagine I let's not talk about what's a quarter of a Roman numeral. Like how do you how do you express 15 to all right, so it's an X, it's a yes. 15 to 7. Okay. Anyways, thank you for hanging out. I'll be here all day, every day. Not really. I think I'm gonna head out after this, but it's a really great way to end the day. I'm very rejuvenated, although I'm like running on 4 hours of sleep, so we're gonna hit the sack a little bit early today. But thank you for being a witness of all the fire, of all the hot takes I'm gonna get blasted for today. It was a very unhinged day.
这段时间
I hope I didn't offend anyone. Like what I mean is I'm not saying that I want to take my words back. I'm like this isn't good, you know. It's in good spirit. I think sometimes being able to point at yourself and point at others and share a laugh together and celebrating how humans are, we're human beings that are really, really funny. It's very, very funny sometimes. I think that bridges cultures. That bridges cultures very, very well. Like, oh, you think that's funny? Let's all laugh at this. You know you didn't feel offended? All right. I'll take your vote of confidence. I enjoy this because it's both an exercise of humility and also a great test of your security, right? There is a lot of wisdom and awareness that one can gather in humor, and especially in humor that deals with observations, right? Especially, obviously, it's not true all the time and whatnot observations. So sometimes a little laughter can make one feel a little bit less concerned about how their brain feels a lot of times, right? Like if you feel overwhelmed about English, my intention was to make you feel like, yeah, me too, but we can laugh at it together. And as people who will use English in the future, I like to say we would continue to use English in the future, being able to understand that, dude, English is it's a mess in all the funniest places, and it's also a mess in all the stressful places. However, there's a wonderful thing that humans do when they laugh about it. They actually end up liking it and learning it in the process. So what I mean is, if you're gonna, quote unquote, say you're gonna suffer anyways because you have to learn English, I want to make that less suffering and more smiling and having fun, right? If you can't, like, you don't have to make it more suffering by being gloaty and being around people who only tells you how much suckier it can be. I want to counter that, at least in my opinion. So when I'm like taking a break from learning Mandarin and taking a break from learning Japanese, like right now after the stream's off, like my brain has checked out already. I'm going to look for these things. Like I learned something in Mandarin, I learned in Japanese. Now I want to see how weird it can become. Like I legitimately go out of my way to look at exceptions. Like, well, I learned this and clearly this guy is not saying it that way. And what happens is, oh, well, that's interesting. And it becomes interesting as opposed to frustrating. And I think this will happen, in my opinion, arguably, debatably, strongly debatably, I think this will happen more commonly in English. Statistically, you're going to likely encounter that, aha, I learned this way, and clearly is not the way this person is speaking. And that is okay. Because now I have to ask myself, do I like this person enough to want to understand them? Because when you hit up a new streamer and that streamer happens to not be in a different region, in a different background, you're suddenly like thinking, all right, this person has this weird fixation with using the word like every other sentence. Do I like this? Like, can I get along with like this guy? Like, is this gonna intrusively like bother me all the time? Like, bruh? Right? I'm not a person who used this. It's a West Coast adaptation. Actually, I would argue that a ton of people might not even notice the excessive use of like anymore when you're so used to it, right? Thank God you don't use like every other word. It's a professional thing that I've been conditioned out of. So generally speaking, I use, for instance, transition words, food for thought, intriguing. My interest is piqued to fill in lots of the word like. So I use at least a rotating amount of 30 or 40 different types of fillers. So it sounds potentially like I'm not saying the same phrase all the time. So that's one of those things, right? And one of those things, right? Sometimes I end it with that, but you don't end it with it all the time. For example, trust me, bro. You know what I mean? Feel me? Do you feel me? Like, yeah, you know. You know. Right, bruh? We good. We're good, right? Yes. No? Yeah? Right. Bruh. Sorry. I like when people like I'm trying to improvise, but I'm terrible at it. I'm sorry. I won't do that again. Shaking you by
中间
if you can be identified by your speech pattern, I think that's very endearing quality. I know it can trigger some people. Personally, when I hear someone and they have like a very identifiable speech pattern, whether it's annoying or not, it sticks in your head, you know? And my thought is, that is wonderful. Not for everyone, not for necessarily for individuals who like structure and consistency among their learning material. However, when you become advanced or like feel very comfortable with the language, English, at least English by happenstance, by coincidence, may likely stare off boredom, right? The language tries not to be boring, largely due to the nature and the coincidence that the wheel gets reinvented constantly, and not necessarily out of novelty. However, it can cycle too. Like, let's bring back the word bad. You know what? Let's bring back the word big. Bad. Wolf? Big bad wolf? Are you guys going back to like Three Little Pigs? No. Just big bad. Right? We'd be doing this big bad. No, wait, that's not how you use that. Sorry, scratch that last part. Some of the TikTok news people I follow are like that. Oh, yeah. You can really pick it up. And honestly, when someone's learning a secondary, when they're learning English as a second language, I kind of get really used to the way they speak, and sometimes some part of me don't want to, like, I'm very resistant. I'm hesitant to discourage them from developing some other way. However, there are standards to be met when it comes to like written language, and in order to get that habit and practice that nuance and consistency, you would have to strap down and practice it. However, I feel like how should I say this? If you're able to retain your different voices, I am often awestruck by how someone can do that. Like, for example, Blair, you're from Texas, right? At any time, you can toggle a northern accent. That would absolutely blow my mind. If you have a southern accent, and vice versa. Hey, Gecko, just catching the stream for a couple minutes before heading to work today. Good luck with work. Have a great day. Yes. Yes. Joe Mama. Joe Mama. Yeah, Joe Mama. Jane. John Nine. Oh no. I was gonna do like a whip Nene thing. John Nene. Oh my god. Alright. Matane Gecko. See you later. Alright, we gotta end this before I'm gonna say something that I'll be embarrassed about for the rest of my life.
什么时候？
什么时候? You're going to bed? Jiao, thanks for hanging out. I hope you have a wonderful day. Keep on working on that. I hope your paper goes well, right? Your rebuttals and whatnot. Yeah. I would love to hear your complaints and your interest in like why English does what English does. I absolutely love watching that type of content, and it's such good content from a foreigner's perspective. Like, dude, WTF? Why do you call people from Thailand Thai? Anyways, have a good one, out. It's like the way song artists can be recognized by music they make. Yeah, exactly. They're like footprints. You know, when you hear a Skrillex song, you knew Skrillex made the background. Like the moment it takes, I don't even listen to Skrillex, and it takes like 16 at minimum 20 seconds. I'm like, this sounds like Skrillex. I don't even listen to Skrillex. Or, oh, you remember the Chainsmokers? Blair, were you part of that wave? I was so part of that wave. When it got so industrialized that the moment a Chainsmoker song comes up, I'm like, yeah, that's a... And there was this whole controversy about how their sound was so iconic that they never make anything else. You know what I mean? Like, the melody and the setup and the composition just it feels like it rarely minimally changed. And my first thought was, these guys are geniuses. Like, what the heck? They manufacture a sound where no matter what they do with it, people will listen to it because they know exactly who made it. Here's a more controversial one. Nickelback. I don't have to say much more after mentioning the band name. So it's genius. I'm still telling you, that's absolutely amazing. It's so like gravity, you know, it's logic defying how you could produce that. Why did I need to know you were going to bring up the why did I know you were going to bring up Nickelback? Yeah, Nickelback.
初中
I don't even listen to Nickelback, by the way. I know that one song, and I think that's enough. right? Right? You know that one song and you can pick up the rest of the songs. It's crazy. You actually like Nickelback SMH by LL. I'm Blair, there's no shame in it. You can probably tell me what your favorite Nickelback song are, and I probably listen to it. I'm like, oh, can you tell me a little bit more about why you like this particular song? I would be down with it. Honestly. It's a part of your heritage. Well, I mean, I listened to boy bands before. Like, I went through a boy band phase. Oh, how the days when I sang Backstreet Boys songs.
中文课
Oh, those were the interesting days that people do not know that I was able to sing back then. You also lean to 3 Days Grace. Yeah, that's another one. Yep. They recently had a new song come out too. There has been a revival for that period music. It's finally moving from the 90s punk revival, post-punk, or like whatever they call it now. And then now there's the post grunge, you know, the post punk. Now the post grunge is happening, you know? Where's my Matchbox blah blah blah. Where's my Matchbox 20? Hello? Actually, I think they're also making music too. Where's my what was it? What's my follow-up to Kryptonite by who does Kryptonite? 3 Doors Down? Or is that who does Kryptonite? I forgot who does who's made the Kryptonite song. I might have just spilled out a random band name, but I feel like when I saw 3 Days Grace, I thought of 3 Doors Down. Is that who sings that song? I gotta check. Hold up. It's probably not. Oh, it is 3 Doors Down. When I saw 3 Days Grace, I thought of 3 Doors Down as well. Because of the 3. Although they write out their 3. They use the Roman... oh my gosh, I said Roman again. They use the Arabic number 3 in their name. When is Avril Lavigne... When is Adam Levine bringing back the Maroon 5 gang and pulling out another one of their 3 to 4 hit wonder albums, right? Are they still making music? There was a time when I went through a phase where I exclusively listened to English music. English in music produced in the United States. Are they still active? They haven't released anything in the last 4 years. Yeah. And the last thing they released was a greatest hit, like a hits album. It looks like. Yeah, it's been a while. Oh wait, there's one in 2021. Oh no. Oh yeah, there's one. Yeah. It's hard to tell. It's been a while. Kryptonite got you through some difficult patches of your teenage years. Me too. What's another one? The Kids Are Alright, or something like that. The Kids Are Alright. I'm thinking of the Offspring song. It's Offspring, right? Oh no, you're gonna go far, kids. Sorry, you're gonna go far, kids, or you're gonna go far, kid, or something like that. I'm so terrible with lyrics. I'm sorry. Like, I think it had these keywords in it. Da 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 da. Da, 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 da. Yeah, you're gonna go far, kid. Yeah, by Offspring. Oh, that definitely got me through some rough patches. it's like it's perfectly angsty and also rock anthem-y. Like it's a very like a chantable get through it kind of situation. It's a really great song. It doesn't have to be a work of Shakespearean masterpiece or lyricism. Just when you're gonna say you're gonna go far, kid, is good enough. Hats off to the late singer, but Linkin Park, right? What was the official title of the song? In Hybrid Theory. Yeah, Chester. Yeah. Like, I kid you not, one of my parent friends, or actually I think my parents bought the Linkin Park CD and they don't even know who Linkin Park was. I didn't even realize that Linkin Park was that big at the time. And then obviously then I learned later about like their album Hybrid Theory. And I'm like, "Oh, hey, I have their CD." In the end, right? In the end, yeah. They're touring again now with a new singer, and she's doing really well. So, revival, right? Revival. It's been some time since Chester's unfortunate passing, right? Premature passing. It's often incredibly unfortunate, although not surprising when it comes to an artist being overcome by their demons, right? That's it's tough to hear all the time, yet the greatest expression of music, art, and writing and stuff often comes from individuals who have an exceptionally passionate life of emotions, like an incredibly emotional life. So yeah. With that said, on that gloomy note, I really got to finish this and then we're gonna call it a day.
这 段
Done.
时间
One day we could do like an open coffee talk. I have thought about reviving an open coffee talk about this. I actually was going to do it with my friend, my close friend, but he's way too busy. And it's really difficult to organize a coffee talk like podcast with a working professional every day. But there used to be things like this. We had an idea. We tried to do something or turn it into something where we talk about using wrecking. It's basically my best friends are like my twins, my triplets, my quadruplet, as they say. I'm the quadruplet. There was this joke back in, or not really a joke, it's more like a full embrace. I guess I already told you this, Blair, but easily one of my closest friends, I always say plural, or one of my closest friends, because there are three of them. They were identical triplets, or they are identical. Why did I say were? They are identical triplets, and we're basically, we feed off each other because we complete each other's sentences all the time. And there had been this like acceptance that I just happened to be the weird Asian kid that got separated by birth in an anomaly or something. And with one of them who likes doing this kind of thing now, there's a little bit of differentiation. We're identical triplets. I swear I've said that multiple times before. And what I mean by were is because now they two of them have wives now, and they are not twins. Those wives are not twins. So their behaviorisms have slightly deviated. Yeah, unidentical twins. And so you can find them a little bit more identifiable now. When I was in college with them, they were inseparable, and I was largely inseparable from them. So that was kind of where the whole quadruple thing came. came from. Their parents are saints. Like, I was this adopted kid most of the time in because my parents are always busy working and they have no, like, they're often very Chinese, right? As in, you're doing work, you're studying, we won't disturb you, right? Come home for Christmas, we'll feed you, let you sleep, feed you, let you sleep, and then, you know, off you go, work, that kind of thing. So it's great. However, my American friends who have American parents are quite polar opposites because these are one of the contrasting values. There's a physical contact and constant attention and stuff. So oftentimes I'm like often the adopted family member of a lot of it's safe to say I got very lucky early on when I was callous and apathetic and not empathetic at all, but I was surrounded and I met lots of empathetic and agreeable people, and those are the people that shaped my personality today. Like, I can't tell you how unrecognizably apathetic I was when I was like 18 or younger. Largely not in the sense of my family didn't love me or something. It's a different form of expression, right? I was apathetic because I was on my own. I was on my island. So if I'm a Chinese kid without a lot of Chinese kids around, I have to deal with it. And the way you deal with it is you isolate and be strong and do your work and, you know, suppress your emotions because you have to deal with it. You're an adult. If the other kids behave like kids, well, you can do better. So that apathy came with a pragmatic advantage, a practical advantage, if you will, right? I don't even remember if I went through a hormonal phase. Like, when people talk about, like, they dread when their son ends up becoming like that rebel, you know, or like their daughter going through a hormonal phase where like they would like promiscuously leave the house and try to do something like shenanigans and stuff. That didn't happen. That largely did, until my sister left for college. And then when I left to college, I was still the same mute. Like, and then until I met my best friends. Like, easily some of my best friends. And then I became like a spongy, sappy guy. And my parents, actually, the person that noticed the most, that was detached, that was an adult friend, was my academic advisor. I said this story before. Greg, one of the friends, one of the former identical triplets, shared with me an observation before, and he mentioned this one time. I still don't think he understands how impactful it was, but because it meant something to me. But he observed and he shared with it. I'm not sure if he remembers him sharing with it. One summer day, it was the first summer after our freshman year. That's because so I was this miserable goth kid who doesn't have to wear goth clothing to know that I'm suppressing like the universe black void hole of emotions in right now, or finding an inability to express any form of emotional communication. I started smiling one day, apparently, and Greg told me that my academic advisor asked, like, have you noticed that he's been smiling more? Like, what did you guys do? Because he already knew that I'm good friends with Greg and his brothers, right? Like, we're practically inseparable in college. And I'm like, Greg, did you have any idea what that means? I'm a real boy. I'm kidding. That's not what I said. But nowadays, I would do like a Pinocchio act. It's like, and then on that day, Pinocchio has become a real boy. And that's what happened. Yeah. And from that day on, the rest was history. I kept discovering more and more about my emotional intelligence. And soon enough, interviews were easier, teaching was easier, being charismatic was easier, right? Like, people aren't just around you because they have to be, they're around you because they want to be. And then that's when I met the other friends and stuff, which happened to be my sister's best friends, and now we're best friends. So largely the weird combination of being logical but bouncing back and forth between charismatic and whatnot kind of balance everything out. So now it's not a choice. I mean, like, you don't have to choose, like, sacrifice. You don't have to exchange. Do you want to sound hyper objective and logical and empathetic, or like apathetic to like emotional subjectivity? Sure, you can do that to some limited extent, like maybe with some caveats. And then do you want to sound charismatic, caring, and bending objective facts so that you can help someone out of deep depression? Check, right? If you have to give a speech that doesn't sound like a monotonous robotic drone in a seminar of students that clearly are about to knock out from the previous seminars and previous class they have to go to, and you suddenly pull out a League of Legends reference in order to engage them all the way back and snap them back into being interested in visiting voluntarily your office hours? Check. I can't tell you, it's so hard, it's just so difficult to express how an encounter with someone, especially a friend, like if you take a chance, right? One charismatic person can absolutely change the course of someone who maybe lacks emotional intelligence or the ability to be encouraged to explore emotional intelligence to a point where they actually care about themselves. One of the easily top 10 characteristics of a person going into their older age, 70s, 80s, into retirement with a great closure, legacy building, and healthy lifestyle. One of the top 10, I would say, is being able to do just that. Self-love and a love for others. And not necessarily in the sense of being motivated or incentivized to do so. That's kind of one of the signs when you know you made it. And until then, though, obviously self-love comes first, in my opinion. It is difficult to love others if you're unable to love yourself. Not in the sense of like arrogance and confidence and stuff. Like, self-love can come with the idea that if you say, I want to do this, and you're like, I'm too dumb to do this, that's a lack of self-love. Right? It's like, I think more accurately or healthier wise, this is going to be hard, but I'm still going to try because I like it and I want to do it. Right? That's a more realistic approach. And then if you're going like hard, heavy, optimistic, I love this and I'm going to get it done. Fair enough. I'm more like a little in between, like in the middle. You love yourself and have enough confidence in yourself that you're able to attempt things, knowing that it can fail, but you'll pick yourself up right away, right? Or you have loving people to pick yourself up. If you can self-love, you can also give other people the impression that you care about your own improvement, right? So at least minimally, you'll attract people around you that are interested in your improvement as a younger person. Right? I think that's probably where it all started. I had a great academic advisor who I feel conservatively, he understood and picked students that are willing to be amenable to his words of advice. And yeah, and I want to pay that forward, at least someday. Someday in spades, pay it forward. Okay, enough story time. I'm being overtly soppy, so let's finish this up. And we'll call it a day. I think that's a very excellent place to hand off the world to all the other influencers.
中午
中午什么时候？
什么时候？
中间。
中间
I'm staring at this and all I see is Shonaka. Shonaka. 初中
初中
这段时间。
这段时间。
All right, folks. I basically slacked off. Totally worth it. I was running on fumes. I'm sorry. Sometimes when I run on fumes, I do the thing that brings me most comfort, and that's to laugh, spread humor, make myself the butt end of a joke because I feel very comfortable, make other people laugh, I get myself excited. It's low effort. I know. I'm sorry. Cheap laughs are low effort. However, when my energies are low, I break out the best hits. I break out the greatest hits. Play them back. Remind myself that I'm only human. And get some rest. Right? So with that said, I'll see everybody tomorrow. Oh wait. Okay. And just to keep in mind, tomorrow's Monday. So I'm doing Neverwinter. You can stop by if you want. Neverwinter are my story days now because we're basically playing a live service game. A hot take. It's not that much different from if I was doing dailies or weeklies on Genshin Impact. Hats off to Blair and her Genshin Impact. But right. It's cathartic. I have a pet peeve that I've been saving, and so far none of these discussions have triggered that pet peeve yet. I've discovered a new one, and it deals with journalistic writing and how scientific writing is so identifiably not journalistic writing. And I was going to bring it up sort of from Zhao's perspective because Zhao is revising a paper. Ooh, it's a little details. And it deals with what I'm going to showcase on Tuesday. Because I decided, you know what? If I'm going to go big, I might as well... Wait, that doesn't make sense. If I'm going to go big, I might as well go home. No, that's not what I meant to say. If I'm going to go big, I might as well... The idiom just completely broke down. All right. I'm going big, basically. So we're going to add another thing to another project. And we're probably going to spend an off day doing that too. So I'm going to introduce the other one, I think. We'll see. Or the day after. No, absolutely go home. Feel free. Go home from your home. See how that works. All right. It's been a pleasure. I hope everyone feels great. Still seasoned. It's not the first, technically the first full 7 days of January is not even over yet. For a lot of us, I suppose. So get it? And the first week of January, the first 7 days of January, strong. And I'll catch everyone tomorrow. Whoever is interested. As always, thanks for chilling. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. Sorry, long digression today. Hope there's some laughs in there. And 下次見. Alright. ありがとうございます. またね. じゃあね. Until next time, stay safe, stay healthy. Bye bye.